Bryce. He's just always sitting there, lurking, ready to react at a moment's notice.
We are live. Hey, internet. Yes, Bryce, as art, oh my gosh. I will have more coffee, internet. Yes, coffee is incoming. But thank you for being here this morning. We are about to play Monster of the Week. This is our fourth session. It's almost a surprise fourth session because we thought we were wrapping last week, but we were down one monster hunter, and as we all know, unless the full team is there, you just can't get things done as effectively, especially when your missing member is your professional, which says a lot. So we are fully staffed with our E.D.E.N agents this week, and it's a good thing too, because things are getting, shall we say, climactic in the narrative sense, in that we have had so many things happen. I'll do a quick recap for some new viewers, and then we'll just jump right in to player introductions and then our story. So this story is called Cold Storage Keeper, and it takes place in the Svalbard Seed Vault, which is a real-life location, which I did not know about before researching it for this game, and it is very cool and plenty of fodder for other RPG settings, so highly recommend. It is a post-apocalyptic seed vault. So in the event of an apocalyptic event, those seeds throughout the world, many different plant varieties, food varieties, all of these seeds have been stored in this vault for safekeeping so that we, don't lose everything potentially in an apocalypse. Our team has been sent there by E.D.E.N, originally to investigate some anomalies with the Amsterdam's seed samples, and they were sent to collect them for E.D.E.N. As they've investigated or infiltrated, they've uncovered more strange things. People had been dying out on the ice, supposedly, falling through thin ice, which they investigated to find that it was not thin at all. Then they found some weird gunk in the vents, which ended up attacking them, as weird vent gunk does. There's kind of bits of plant matter, human grossness, like kind of an amorphous blobbiness, that has reformed time and again and chased our heroes through the Svalbard Seed Vault in pursuit of them, doing them bodily harm and corrupting them. So our monster hunter Art has had to create almost a grievous injury on his own face, or on their own face, to prevent themselves from potentially turning into a corn monster. What else? We've got a lot of juicy inter-office romance. We have people who have fled the Svalbard Seed Vault in search of safety because our monster hunters convinced them that was in their best interest. And they fled and have not yet returned, at least the monster hunters can tell. That's weird. Our monster hunters currently find themselves, after having just investigated, don't worry, after having just investigated the lab of Dr. Malin, who is a top researcher at this vault and is doing a lot with seed science and saving humanity by modifying food so that food is longer lasting, fighting world hunger, just renowned for her research, a very polarizing figure. What they actually found in the lab was a lot of kind of strange and unnatural experiments, which the E.D.E.N team dispatched by destroying. They chased their would-be attackers, the blob stuff, through an open vault door in the lab and found themselves in tunnels, a series of tunnels, networks, and branches, and all sorts of winding tunnel tubes underneath a frozen body of water with like ice floats and things flowing by that they can see outside the tunnel. Our heroes were separated. Manuel and Carla and Agent Jones, who's returning with us today, yay, are in one tunnel searching for an escape. JD is in another, alone, and Art is in another, alone. That is where we'll pick up. If our monster hunters could introduce themselves by saying, who is your character, what do they look like, and what is running through their head right now. So let's start with JD.
JD is a slight woman, a frizzy-haired, red-headed scientist on the outs, former corn biologist, now cafeteria woman, but also monster hunter, working for E.D.E.N. As the resident conspiracy theory crazy lady. She's covered in clothes that look like they were taken out of a dumpster, and all these little necklaces and charms and good luck type things. Are we describing what we're doing right now, or just what our character looks like?
What your character looks like, you're all good, and then kind of what's running through JD's head right now?
That's right, yeah. So as she's going through this tunnel, she's thinking to herself, I sure hope I have time for one last smoke. I'm pretty sure I'm going to die.
All right. So we'll cross-cut over to Manuel. What does Manuel look like, and what's going through his head right now?
Yeah, Manuel is a perfectly mundane electrician. Normally he'd be wearing those pretty standard tough like pants with straps on them, but in this situation he's wearing a pair of cowboy pants and cowboy boots courtesy of JD as he's running through, sweat dripping down his beard and face. His glasses maybe foggy up a little cold. And I think at this point is when his alarm goes off that reminds him to call his wife and kids, and he's like, "Oh shit!" I wonder. Probably shoots a glance at Agent Jones. Like, can I Is there even reception down here?
Can I take this?
Awesome. Then we cross-cut over to Agent Jones. What does Agent Jones look like, and what is she wearing? And thinking. What does she look like? What is she wearing? What is she thinking is what I wanted to say there. Hello.
Agent Jones is a 40-ish year old Asian woman. She's wearing kind of off-the-rack agent clothes. She has a suit. She has mirrored aviator sunglasses that are covering a pretty significantly scarred face. Like, you can tell she's seen and done some shit. And she has a grenade launcher in a duffel bag that she just remembered she has, because I know she forgot last session. So yeah, she's carrying a large duffel bag. And what's running through her mind is, I think she's kind of doing the kind of Robert Downey Jr., Sherlock Holmes sort of analysis of water pressure, getting out, potential exit points, and then halfway through, she's like, fuck, I didn't get the seeds.
You sure didn't. And cross-cutting now to Art. What do they look like? What are they wearing? And what are they thinking in this moment?
They are very ambiguous looking. The kind of face you would not pick out of a crowd. Very androgynous, they're tall is about the only thing of note about them. They wear regular clothing. They're trying to blend in to everything. So very average enough to almost stand out from the crowd because of it.
And what are they thinking in this moment?
Shit. Just need a little more time. Just an hour or two. That's all I'll need. Just an hour or two.
Right. As we zoom in to the dark tunnels underneath this frozen body of water, I would like everyone to mark 1 point of cold harm as the icy... What's that?
I'm dying with that.
As the icy air around you, you can see your breath in it. The cold metal under your feet, the cold metal running up the curved walls of this pipe, of this tunnel. It's seeping in through your clothes. It's like when you feel the inadequacy of even the puffiest of down jackets in a cold winter day, and you realize your fingers are frozen within the thing that you put on to protect yourself. You're starting to feel that cold. Let's start with our group of Agent Jones and Manuel and Carla. Manuel, we left you having seen the time on your phone, holding it up like a flashlight, and you see that it is time to call Carla and Kalevi. What do you do?
Oh my God. I bite my lip really hard, and
I feel like there's some real-time processing happening here.
yeah, no. I like close my eyes a little and like feel myself and send a text message to Rena being like, I am really sorry. Something's gone incredibly wrong with the seed vault. I need to be there and make sure that like everyone's okay and the seed vault doesn't fall apart. I promise. I'll call you. I'll let you know when it's over.
You send the text. You see it go through with the signal that you have here. Go on.
I close the phone. I put it away. I don't look at it.
All right. As you do you turn off the phone completely? Okay. You put the phone away in your pocket, and you hear a muffled bling, bling, as there's a few messages that come in.
I can't look at them right now.
Carla looks at you and looks at Agent Jones. Are you guys okay? Are we okay to go on? I'm really freaking cold.
We have to stay on mission. Carla, you're with us right now. Manuel, you put the flashlight away?
Yeah. Do you have a flashlight on you? It was reasons.
Tactically, that's very smart. We want to preserve our communications. She probably has a flashlight. That seems like something she'd have.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think of everyone, you would have a flashlight.
Yeah. So she'll pull out a flashlight, kind of swing it around. JD was right behind you, right?
I thought she was.
Where did they go?
Art was? Art! JD!
Agent Jones, you hear the echoing of your own voice, even in a whisper. It just kind of like sticks in the air, and your breath freezes out in front of you. There's no answer.
Oh no. I can try calling them. Or do I even have their numbers? Do you have like any like super spy walkie? There is like I probably would have their numbers. We worked together for at least a little bit.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I guess I literally just put this away because I said I couldn't handle looking at it, but I guess I'm pulling my phone back out.
Drama. Manuel, as you had the self-will to put the phone away and not see the response, you see that the messages coming in were indeed from Karina. The first message is, "Oh my god, are you all right? Is everything okay? Are you safe? Please let me know that you're okay." And then the second message, "Kalevi really misses you. It's a really special day for him. If you can make it work, please, babe, try."
Listen, you're the worst.
Was it his birthday? Was it?
Yeah, it's his birthday today.
Of course it is.
Hey, I need to make.
Yes, call JD. Yes. I'll call her.
God.
Yeah, Carla's looking at you too. She's like, "Yeah, please call them. They're lost in a tunnel. It's really dangerous."
Hey, I'll call JD.
Call Art.
All
And I
right.
think Agent Jones is misunderstanding everything that's happening. She'll kind of put her hand like very brusquely on Manuel's shoulder and be like, "We'll be okay. We'll get those corn zombie things. It'll be fine. We'll find JD. We'll find Art."
So who's calling who?
I'll call JD.
Okay. JD, as you're looking in the and sorry, my husband just told me my mic needs to be turned up. Chat, if you can't hear me, give me a shout. But yes, so JD, as you're looking in the reflection of this pipe that you're walking through, you see for a moment a flash of Tyrone 2, your ex-boyfriend, dressed in a parka, like winter gear, like just like a brief like reflection in the glass, almost as though he's standing like right behind you. In that same instant, your phone rings.
She's gonna turn around first.
Nothing there.
Okay, she's gonna pick up her phone. Hello? Who is it?
It's Agent Jones? Question mark.
I think this one's.
It's
Manuel?
Well,
Okay, sorry. My brain was a little scattered on that. Manuel. It's JD picks up the phone on the other line.
JD, are you okay? Where are you? We lost you.
I got separated. It's really cold here. All I have is a glow stick. It's very concerning. I don't think I'm alone though.
Is it the corn monsters? Do you think they're in the tunnels with you?
You might be impersonating my ex-boyfriend. Where are you?
Where? I mean, we're in the tunnels too. Somewhere? JD, do you know? Agent Jones, do you know where we are? Carla? We took a left and then a right and then another right.
Carla's like, tactically, I am not trained for this. I'm trained to stand in one place and make sure people don't go in a room. I have no idea where we are right now.
Would I possibly have some sort of like Doppler type thing that could locate me in relation to my van?
I do believe you have a alien type tracker.
This is on Art.
I know I have a ruler.
I would say because you were not like at a drop point where you could access gear, if it's something you think that you had already, we could consider a retcon, but you did have some opportunities to create gear. So I'm almost hesitant to say you have something new, you know?
That's fair.
But I know you have the I assume you guys took the Robo Crab. So you have the Robo Crab. Art has the alien type tracker.
There's
You
like
all
an
have
air
respirators.
quality.
Yeah, there's an air quality detector.
There's a laser that measures the length of things.
Yes. Yep. And an umbrella that spins. I think that's what you have at your disposal right now.
Very useful stuff.
But
You're so well done.
as you know, when you get to a point where you can contact E.D.E.N and use some of your moves to get some good stuff, you can restock. Also, there's Walgreens, as has been mentioned many times.
It's mentioned like 10 times. I love it.
I really regret
You-
not going to Walgreens.
I know, we should have gone to fucking walk anyway. We
That's-
need
That's the
I was
subtitle
of
for
the
this
essence.
stream. That's the subtitle.
Yeah.
to not even sponsored by Walgreens.
No, not in the slightest.
We should have though.
I reached out.
Yeah. The corporate team is like, I'm sorry, what is this? They probably bring it up in a meeting just for laughs.
Oh
Walgreens, the place for all of your corn monster slaying needs.
my god. I get copyright stricken for Walgreens content. Anyway. We need to get out of here. I don't know if
You're
I can
right.
find you. I'm just going to turn right over and over until I
Okay.
escape. We have
Hey.
to leave.
Do you think you can get out on your own? What if we met up at Walgreens?
Yes. Okay, the rendezvous. I'll see you there.
As you guys are
Yeah.
having this conversation in the phone, like the sound of the phone that you can both hear each other's voices in, and in real life where you are in this tunnel, you hear that cracking noise again. It's sonorous. It's like something like large and unforgiving is just snapping, and it hurts to like create such friction. And it's just like this loud, harsh noise that kind of snaps through the cold around you.
The tunnels are
Good
breaking. We
luck.
need to leave.
Yeah, for sure.
Be safe, Manuel. And Jane Doe's gonna hang up and she's gonna start sprinting. And like as she sprints, she's gonna light a cigarette and like pull on it and just like try to calm this shit down.
So, JD, as you light the cigarette, the smoke fills up the tunnel around you, and you see it kind of waft around a form, kind of creating like a shoulder, arm, leg, kind of creating a little smoky outline. What do you do?
Get back! And she's gonna shoot it with her shotgun.
All right.
Oh my god, are we taking it in the tunnel?
All right. What
Metal tunnel, okay.
what damage does your
That's
shotgun do?
clear.
It is 3 harm, close, messy, loud.
Okay. So you see, well, no one sees. Actually, it's just JD alone in this tunnel with this shotgun. Describe to me what this looks like. Like, what is your badass monster hunting pose?
Yeah, so she like grips her cigarette in her teeth and whips out her like sawed-off shotgun and like hoists it up and braces it against her chest and just like pulls the trigger at this shape in the smoke.
Yep. The bullet flies forward, and it looks like it's just going to hit the metal behind, just in front of you. There's nothing there, and yet it gets it impacts something first, and so you hear and then the bullet hits the metal and ricochets. I'd like you to roll act under pressure.
Okay. Shoot myself. Oh no. Okay, hold on. What stat is that?
That is cool.
Cool. Well, good thing she's -1 cool. That is a 5 and a 6. Okay, so that's a 10.
All right. A 10, you do what you set out to do. So how do you avoid damage from this ricocheting bullet?
Oh man. Can she kind of use some of her weird to like Neo from Matrix? Like,
You're doing the bullet time?
yeah.
Awesome. Yes. There's a lot of like, I don't know if JD does yoga or what, but there's a lot of like bending and like just like cartoonish Bugs Bunny like as the bullet is just ping 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 ping, and you are just kind of like wiggling around it, and you are able to.
Mime classes. Oh, coming in handy.
You are able to escape it unscathed as it kind of pings off, and then eventually, I assume, will lose momentum at some point, but you do not see it do so as it's just kind of pinging off this very small metallic tunnel. You do hear kind of. What's that?
Can my companions hear it?
Yeah, actually, I would say the ones who can hear it the closest is actually Art. So Art can hear this kind of ricocheting sound of just like metal on metal.
Probably the boom of a shotgun blast.
Uh,
Also probably deafen JD.
Well, the boom of the shotgun blast kind of coincided with the cracking noise. So that was almost not as evident to you so much as like the aftermath of it. Unless you got really tuned in hearing. Art, you may, because you've been in probably a lot of more gunfights than the others with your griftingness. JD, you do hear the bullet eventually, the ricocheting noise. You do hear kind of like a sickly, crunchy crack as it hits into the glass panel somewhere down the tunnel behind you. In front of you, though, you see blood begin to spatter onto the ground.
When the voice cried out, did I recognize it?
It was kind of a guttural cry of pain, so it's hard to say. Very, very, very feral in that it was very pained.
Yeah.
Not really words, more like.
Was it schlorpy like the monsters
Schlorpy?
have been?
It did not sound schlorpy.
It did not sound schlorpy. Okay. Tyrone 2, is that you?
There's a pause, and you hear a voice very familiar to you. You shot me! And it is your ex-boyfriend's voice.
Wait, you snuck up on me. I didn't. You should announce your presence. There's corn monsters on the loose. Why are you invisible?
Hold on. And you see for a moment the face of Tyrone 2 that you saw reflected in the glass, wearing the parka and the hood and everything for the winter environment. You see that kind of like phase into view. For the briefest of moments, you see another type of face supplant his. Like, his eyes turn into like 4 little eyes, like little beady black eyes, and then they phase back into human eyes. He appears in his human visage that you've known him by your entire life, that you've been dating him at least. And it's Tyrone 2, wearing a parka, bleeding profusely out of his side where you shot him with a shotgun. And he's kind of trying to staunch the blood, and he's like, would he call you Jane or JD?
That's a great question. Would she have given him a fake name?
Or a different name even?
Yeah, I'd probably call her Janice.
Janice? Okay. And he's like, Janice, I was just keeping an eye out on you. I just was making sure you were okay.
Tyrone 2, I knew you cared. I've been keeping an eye on you too, with a set of cameras all these years. We can have that conversation later.
He seems heartened by this, and he's like, you've been spying on me with cameras for years? I've been following
you.
you.
Restraining order. I didn't know you liked it.
I didn't know about the cameras. I just saw you in the window a lot. That's actually great. I've been following you like this for years too. It's like we're meant to be together, Janice.
It is. I'm glad you're here. Can I ask about the eye thing? I noticed you had more than the eyes that you should have, potentially.
What are you talking about?
Like 4 eyes, not in a glasses wearing way, but in a genuinely having 4 eyes way.
I think you must be seeing things. Ugh.
Okay, but let me just squirt you with some of this anti-fungus juice real quick. Just to make sure.
He looks down at his open wound, which, like, blood is just soaking through his large gloves that have been, like, outfitted for extreme cold. And so they're just, like, big bloody, like, oven mitts, it looks like. And he's like, is it gonna hurt?
Not if you're not fungus. Here, I'll use it to clean off your wound.
Alright.
I would like to pour some of the fungus juice jar on his open wound that I caused.
Oh, God. Okay. So the anti-fungus juice, which you have all turned into such a liquid because before it was preserving these experiments of Dr. Mallin's, and thanks to the auto-destruct sequence that you initiated back in the lab, it has become caustic to these creatures. You pour it into the wound, and Tyrone 2, who is like kind of like just a plain-faced guy, like looking pretty friendly, some would say handsome in a normal circumstance. His face is just contorted with pain, his eyes cross, and he's like, it does not seem to affect him in the way that you've seen it affect the plant matter that you have been battling, but it does seem to be not the treatment needed for a shotgun wound.
No, not at all. Oh, okay, you're not fungus. Come here. And she's gonna, move over to him and, like, offer her arm to him to, like, support him, like, take him, like, around the waist so that he can lean on her, and she's gonna start trying to heal him with some of her magic.
All right. Roll use magic to
Okay.
attempt to heal Tyrone 2.
That's a 5 and a 5. I love this dice. This is a good dice. That's a, okay, and then +4 is 14.
Holy moly. I still maintain that I do not need to ask JD to roll use magic because she's so good at it. Yes, you do what you set out to do and something extra. So Tyrone 2, you see the wound close, so you've stabilized him. It kind of like knits over and the blood stops. What's the extra thing you'd like to do?
I'd like to dry off the juice so that it can't, like, freeze on him and, like, give him cold damage.
Okay. So it's, again, the way you sopped up the blood from Art's face using, I believe it was period magic, if I'm
That's
not
right.
mistaken. Yep.
Yep.
So you're
It's a
well versed.
tampon, yeah. Or no, a pad. It was a pad.
You're well versed in this, and it sops up the blood again. So you
It's
have
gonna be a
to,
tampon for him because it's a bullet hole. Actually, that's how tampons started. Fun fact.
with bullet holes.
Yeah, they started as packing for bullet holes, and then they were like, wait,
The more you know.
the more you know. Period facts from Period Magic. All right.
You're probably saying all this to Tyrone too, and he's like, "I know, babe. You've told me before."
You know what? Period facts. What can I say? I'm so glad to see you again. Why haven't you contacted me? You've been following me. I've been feeling like someone's been watching me for a while.
Yeah, well, our first date song was that song about "I'll be watching you." We danced to that, and it's kind of fitting, I think, because I have been watching you, and you've been watching me, and yeah. But we're here now. We're here together.
It is fitting. I'll never forget that first time we danced the Macarena to "I'll Be Watching You."
Yes. Always a I don't know. I'm trying to say not trendsetter, but rogue, a style maverick. I don't know. As you guys,
do anachronistic things. It's true. Let's get out of here. This tunnel is cracking thanks to the fact that I shot it.
as you say that, you hear kind of the sound of trickling water coming from behind you. What do you do?
I suspecto Patronice, and she's gonna like summon a wall of ice to like block off the tunnel in the direction of the water, like a circle of ice to plug it.
Cool. Roll use magic.
That is a 2 and a 6, and that's 8 plus 4 is 12.
12. Again, it works as expected. And what's the extra effect in this situation?
It looks pretty. It has some nice designs on it, some like icy little, like a doily, but it's like completely plugs the hole.
Mm-hmm. So the water that's surrounding the pipe that you're in, it first pierces through the pipe behind you guys. This is the tunnel back towards Dr. Mallon's lab. So you've sealed off your egress that way, but the tunnel is still available to you in front of you. Water from outside the tunnel, pew pew, like pierces through like little ice daggers, and then they kind of form a shield. Like they begin to grow and crystallize and form like a full like solid surface that plugs up the entire tunnel with ice. It is beautiful. It catches the light reflecting through the water and sparkles, and the entire tunnel is lit up almost like a disco ball with little ice crystal lights. As Tyrone 2, with his bloody mittens, grabs your hands and looks into your eyes, and for a moment he blinks, and then the 4 eyes return, the little beaded 4 eyes, and he blinks again and says, "So glad you're here, babe."
Yes, I am glad you are here too, especially considering you remembered the name I gave you and our first date. So that means it's you. Let's leave. Come on, you
It
go first. I'll walk behind you.
It is me. It is. There's a lot to explain, but now's not the time. And he takes off, striding down the tunnel. We will cut over to Art. Art, you heard a kind of ricocheting metal on metal sound, and like the tail end of what you were pretty sure is a shotgun shot. What do you do, alone in the darkness, worrying about your debt that will soon be collected?
I collapse from the cold. But kind of like crawl my way over to the side, like the big old wound in my face from cutting a chunk of it off has like ice kind of forming on it.
And do you have a harm threshold that you've reached?
I have reached 7 harm. I've reached.
So if you take
Dying.
1 more harm, then you will be out for the count. But you can continue on with 7. It's just that you're kind of grievously wounded and you are unstable again.
Great, awesome.
Your phone would be ringing.
Yes,
Yeah.
and thank you so much. And your phone will be ringing.
Yeah, I will kind of crawl to the side and pick it up. Hello?
Art, where the fuck are you? You were right behind us.
I took a right, then a left, then a left.
We took a left, then a right, then a left, right.
I cannot navigate back with that. Do you have a way you could track me? I'm not in great shape. Predictably enough.
Such a neat question. Are you okay? You sound awful.
I am awful. Listen, I have frostbite, I think, at this point, as well as a hole in my face. I'm not doing great. I have an idea for how to maybe not have frostbite, but listen, I'll try and make as much noise. Should I make as much noise as I can so you can? What? Because like I don't think I could make it too far.
Double back for you.
Well, that will get you back to the beginning. Okay, yeah, I'll wait here, I guess. Well, I guess, yeah, I'll text you the directions I went, I think.
Okay.
So as Art hangs up the phone, you're kind of just in this stasis in this tunnel, kind of leaned up against the side with your breath in the air visible, and you're in front of one of those clear panels on the tunnel side, and you see the ice flows that are above you kind of drifting and moving and the sun filtering in. It's peaceful, but it's melancholy as well. And in this moment of quiet, you hear the voice in the back of your head. Well, isn't this a great time to meet?
I'm a bit preoccupied at the moment. Just like an hour or two. I guess that's how long. I'm guessing that's how long this will take. Just an hour or two.
I love making deals with you. Sure, an hour or two works for me. I've got all eternity. I'll just add it to your tab.
Yeah. Well, I guess while we're adding items, could I just get like some hand warmers or something?
Silence.
Worth a shot. I'll go with my other idea, which was to cut open the lining of like the arm of my coat. The actual like overcoat, the warmth one, not the flamethrower one.
Okay.
And take out the insulation, and it's like cotton or whatever, something flammable basically, and just start a small fire to try and warm up by.
Okay. How are you lighting the fire?
I have a lighter as well as I have the pilot light from the flamethrower jacket.
So in a very survival style, Art begins to warm up with the fire. Go ahead and roll our custom move, warm up, which is roll plus tough when you are near a heat source to attempt to heal your cold harm.
That's a 5.
A 5. On a fail, you take -1 ongoing to your rolls until you have an opportunity in 10 minutes to try to warm up again. Your bones are just frozen through. So you're kind of crouching by this fire that you've made, and you feel like it should be warming you, but the cold from the metal leaches into the air around you, and it's just impossible to get any kind of relief from it. And you kind of hear in the back of your mind like a low growling chuckle. Agent Jones, Manuel, and Carla, you have received some information about Art. You hear a metal sound ricocheting, ting, 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 and kind of the tail end of what you think is a shotgun shot as soon as you hang up, or before you call Art, but you're going to think about it now after you hang up with him. What do you do?
JD said that we can rendezvous at the Walgreens with her.
Art is really injured. I think he's basically incapacitated. I have to go back and get him.
Alright, I'm coming with you then.
Carla's like, I'm coming too. Also, we don't have a Walgreens in Svalbard. Just wanted to let you know that. It's like a generic general store, but you guys keep saying Walgreens. I just wanted to clear the record.
Don't ever say that to JD.
Noted. I've seen what JD can do with magic. I do not want her mad at me.
She can make it into a Walgreens.
Oh no.
He can make ketchup.
So do we need to double back for Art? Do you know where we're headed?
He gave me directions. It was something like right, left, right, left, right.
No, left, right.
Carla's like, are you just alternating those directions? You're just saying the opposite of the other one.
Yeah, I guess if he did that, he would go.
They did text you.
Oh, right. Okay.
Right, left.
So she'll pull up.
Which is what they remember. Not sure how accurate it'll be because they were in a bit of a panic state, but
Yeah.
We gotta try, right? Let's hurry. It sounds like he's in trouble.
So,
Yeah.
I'll try to kind of overlay what we've done on top of what Art has sent me so that we can try to find them.
Okay. Take +1 on your roll on this custom move, Tunnel Navigation. So it sounds like you're rolling. Well, actually, what's your higher stat? Do you higher cool or tough?
Cool.
Okay, so, and that's what it was anyway. You're kind of carefully trying to navigate your way back. So you'll roll plus cool with a +1 because of the directions and the careful thought put into the travel.
A 9.
9. A 9 is a partial success. So on a 9, you do get through, but there is a consequence. So it's Agent Jones, Manuel, and Carla kind of retracing their steps going back through this tunnel. You do see Art eventually. It takes about, let's say, probably 10-15 minutes to get back to Art. Art the entire time as you're trying to warm up by this small fire. And there's kind of like chemicals filling up the air as well, like in this little tiny area of the pipe where you are from this burning of the synthetic material from the inside of your coat. So you're kind of like coughing and like it's like a little caustic in the air because of the chemicals you're burning. So you guys are actually aided by that smell of just like kind of weird burning chemicals as you walk through the tunnels back towards Art. You do see Art at the end of the tunnel eventually, kind of crouched over a very small chemical fire. Looking to get warm. And as you're about to reach them, you hear kind of that cracking noise from earlier, that intense cracking. You begin to feel the tunnels like shift and sway as like the waters around you are becoming turbulent and unstable. And you hear the groaning of metal creaking as these pipes and tunnels that were meant to just kind of be stationary in a very like calm environment are beginning to get stressed with the water moving around.
Have we backtracked to the point where we're basically still at the vault?
No,
At the
because
building?
Art also took off in a direction. So you think that you are at about the same point of progress that you were before, just in a different spot in this system.
Okay.
Here, I'll get one side. Agent Jones, can you help me with the other? Let's try to get him up. We gotta get out of here.
Should
Can I get some help with the patching or the warming? Any
Oh,
of you have just
right,
like
yeah.
hand warmers? I would say mittens, but I already have those. Hand warmers? Something?
Yeah, no, I can help. Like I did a really great job.
Or this
No,
hole
really
in my
good.
face.
Yeah.
Uh,
Wait, what do you want me to do first?
Manuel,
probably the hole.
Manuel, you have a very visceral memory of the first time that Agent Jones tried to help you warm up. Multiple
I failed
times.
like 4 times in a row.
Yeah. Wait,
I
Agent Jones,
so much harm.
you got it. You got it this time, right?
Oh yeah, totally.
Here,
I watched it in
maybe
my
I should,
phone.
maybe I should help you out a bit.
Then whatever you're gonna do it quick.
And as a reminder, if you take any more harm, you will go unconscious.
Yeah, exactly.
She'll pull out her first aid kit and kind of look him over and be like, "Yeah, we got this.
We got this.
Still,
So-
like you're doing perfect."
You can do first aid, which is just a basic non-move, no rolls, no sense of failure, no consequences to you guys, but it takes time. Do you wish to spend the time to sit here and do first aid with Art?
The generic first aid move cannot heal harm past 4. It's in the harm or in the first aid move thing, it says like, or in the harm description in the like general rules, it says like, once you hit
Once you're unstable.
Once you're unstable, once you're past 3, you can stabilize with generic first aid, but you need a move or like magic or something to actually heal the harm.
That makes sense. I think too it's complicated by the fact that some of this is cold harm. So I would say if you want to do like the generic first aid for this, and we'll consider it towards healing that cold harm, I would allow that, because cold harm is going to penalize you going forward too. So it's up to you. It does take time though. That's the consequence. So if you want to stay here and attempt to help patch Art up a bit, you will have to remain stationary while these pipes are beginning to sway.
I'll use my medic move.
Yeah,
I
love it.
So I won't kill them.
That's true. I love it. Go for it. This is your professional playbook move, correct?
Correct. I'm so scared.
I love it.
11!
Yay! Oh, and sorry, we've got a little bit of an animal fight in the background. Sorry if you can hear them. An 11. That's amazing.
The patient is stabilized and healed of 2 harm.
Ooh.
Perfect. Yep. And you don't cause any extra harm, which I think is what kept happening to Manuel, if I'm correct. Yep. Awesome. So keep your cold harm then, Art, but the other types of harm
still have so much more harm.
Yes. Yes, but go ahead and heal that 2 harm. Agent Jones, how do you, what's the scene look like as you're performing this medic move?
So I guess she's probably addressing their face if the cold is still lingering.
Yeah, their face is the actual wound. They have a few scrapes and stuff, but the wound is the face.
So without being too graphic, it's probably some field medicine type shit, some quick stitches, maybe a little bit of cauterizing and bandages. I don't know, how much of your face did you cut off?
A significant portion of his face.
It was a good chunk, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of bandages.
As
She'll give you a lollipop.
Yeah. A worthwhile note, it was also done with a glass shard instead of the knife because
because monster
I was-
hunting.
because I forgot I had the knife.
I thought it was way cooler dramatically.
It was.
But yes, so Art, you begin to feel a little bit of relief. Although you felt quite a bit of trepidation as Agent Jones approached you saying that she would make you feel better after remembering all of the times she said that to Manuel previously, and it did not come to pass that way. But you all do take this time to perform this maneuver. As you are doing this, and as Art heals up a bit, the pipe behind you, swaying in the opposite direction of how the water is pushing it, detaches slightly. And there is about a 1 foot gap in between the place where it was soldered shut before and where water is currently rushing in. What do you do?
Okay, we're good. Run.
Gotta go.
Vault. Let's go back to the vault.
It's in the direction of the vault. So you
Can
can
we go back to the
certainly
vault anyway?
you can certainly pass it, but it is filling up with water on that side.
I don't like these tunnels. I think we should go back to the vault and try to
There
get
has
out.
to be a way out.
This
There
is-
has to be a way out ahead.
It might be through
Yeah.
the water.
Whatever. Just go away.
You're the leader. You decide, Agent Jones.
Yeah, Carla says, you're the leader.
Can I read a bad situation?
You can.
I would say this counts as a bad situation.
Yes, it does.
An 8.
All right. On an 8, it's a partial success, so you can hold one of those questions.
What's my best way out?
Recalling the lab that you left, you remember that you triggered the hermetically sealed room sequence. And so you can find a way to safety there. However, you cannot find a way out from that room because it has been sealed off to the upstairs. Your best way out would be to find a way out of these tunnels. Presumably there is one because you have not encountered any of the creatures that ran in here. So they must be going somewhere. So you kind of assess that there must be some light at the end of the tunnel, potentially.
So she'll do like a couple like fuck. Alright, and I guess take their arm like across her shoulder. Just like start
Manuel will take the other side.
walking.
Carla is kind of following behind you guys and keeping an eye on the water, and she's like, it's at our ankles, let's go! I would like
She'll
all
give
of
Carla
you...
the duffel bag. Be like, don't drop that and don't let it get wet.
What's in here?
Snacks.
There's a
I'm
lot of
fragile.
snacks.
Eggs, snacks.
You carry eggs with you?
I'll give you one later.
Carla just looks at the bag and she says to herself, eggs, ketchup, what is with these people? I would like everyone to roll plus tough as you power your way through the tunnels with our custom tunnel navigation move. Unless you want to be going carefully, which would allow you to roll plus cool, but then you'd be slower.
I rolled a 3 on the dice. I rolled a
Excellent.
5.
Excellent. Manuel,
9.
9. Agent Jones, 10. All right. So, Agent Jones with Carla, you are able to find a path for everyone to follow. You begin to see that the tunnels curve up, kind of like a slant up, and even with all the swaying going on, you're realizing like this has got to be the way to break the surface. Manuel, you are able to follow them through as well. However, the side effect for your partial success is that the water kind of is swirling around your ankles. It's very cold. You're just running as fast as you can, and your phone falls out of your pocket and is submerged in this icy cold water. And as it sinks down, you see a text from your wife sending birthday pictures of Kalevi and saying, can you at least tell him over text, happy birthday?
Why would you do this to me?
Allison, you godless monster!
Oh my god. Oh my god. I think that's the evilest thing I've done with Out a Monster.
You're amazing. I love it.
Even with you killed my character, and this is more cruel.
Technically, your character killed himself.
But you were the enabler.
I'll shoot it this heartbroken glance and then be like, I gotta keep running. I gotta art and keep going.
You see the phone get swept away down the tunnel, and there's a picture of your son with a big bite of birthday cake smiling in a photo as it just drifts away. Art, you failed this roll, correct?
Yeah. Can Matilda's 10 make up for it so I don't get separated again?
Great question. No, but exciting narrative things will happen as the tunnels are shifting and swaying in the water, and you are at this bypass where it's like they're heading up this way, and you are swept down the other tunnel. So you are separated from the group. However, JD and Tyrone 2, out of a side branch of a tunnel, you begin to see a bunch of water rushing down towards you, and the chaotically spinning body of Art flying down the tunnel towards you guys.
Tyrone, I'm sorry, I have to catch this guy. Try to catch Art.
You trying to catch him?
Yes.
All right, roll act under pressure as a swell of icy cold water is blasting down the tunnel at you as well.
Was that cool?
It is.
That is. Crap. Okay, hold on. 3, 4, 6. Maybe I should use my luck. I'm gonna use a luck point to make that a 12.
3 and 4? Oh, you have a -1.
Yeah, so it's gonna be actually to roll
Oh my
a 12.
god. I
So
could have
it's
used the
gonna be
luck to save my phone.
Gotta think, buddy. But yeah. Marked off a point of luck. It's actually an 11.
All right. Yes, you have a 12, or is it 11 or is it a 12 plus?
Oh, it's, you treat the, no, hold on.
As
I
if
have a
you
-1.
had
I don't know how
rolled
it
a
works.
12, so the -1 that would be
Yeah.
There we go.
11.
Okay, that makes sense.
To retroactively change the result to a 12. I think it's still a 12.
Okay, yes. Yeah, you wouldn't be penalized for using that luck point. It's basically like you're bypassing your own ineptitude with cool.
Yeah.
So, you are very lucky in this moment. JD, it's a lot of pressure. Like, Tyrone 2 is here. What's going on? The glass is cracking behind you from your own bullets. Now there's water rushing from this side tunnel. And you see Art's feet just kind of like kicking at you, like down a water slide. If you like ever look up a tunnel on a water slide, and there's just like a lot of like human body just flying, hurtling towards you very quickly. It's a lot. You feel yourself beginning to get flustered and frazzled. And describe to me how you use your luck. What's lucky about this situation that allows you to catch Art?
What is lucky about this? Well, I trip. And as JD trips, she just like starfishes kind of, and that like blocks Art from leaving with her body, but like the water just like at her. So still
So
very wet. She does stop it.
So you guys just kind of like have a very graceful collision.
Mm-hmm.
Tyrone 2 is like, wait, I can help. Oh, never mind. As you kind of stop Art's progress forward through the tunnel. The water is beginning to stream around both of you. Art and JD, please take 1 point of cold damage as this icy cold water is beginning to reach your knees.
Shit. Oh god. We need to get out of here! Art, this is Tyrone 2! Tyrone 2, no time for introductions!
She shot me, but I love her.
That's interesting. Let's go.
Wait, alright, I have an idea! Jamaican bobsledders? Reverse! 'Cause this is like a backward, like an ice luge, right? But it's very slick, I assume, because we have to go uphill.
Yes.
So I want to use magic to summon a spectral bobsled that can go backwards up.
Awesome. Roll use magic as this spectral bobsled begins to take form.
Okay. 1 and 5. So 6 plus 4 is 10.
+4 again with your bonus.
So it was 6 and then plus 4 is 10.
Oh, do you have you're adding your weird stat though too, right?
Oh, I was adding my weird, yeah. What should I be adding?
You should have 3 numbers, like two dice and then your.
She rolled a
Sorry,
6
no,
on the
it was
dice and then
1
is
and
adding
5
4.
and then.
Gotcha. So you would have failed without your weird.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
So fucking weird summoning cool runnings.
So the magic begins to sputter at first as you have just been casting all of these spells and you're getting exhausted. And then just JD's general like weirdness, all of the conspiracy theories that you've read on the internet, all of the science that you know to be true, mixed with all of the strange things that don't make sense that you've seen in your life. All of it just kind of compounds into one moment of you being like, ah, with like the weird like energy just bursting out of you, and it's enough to power this magic through. The bobsled solidifies, and you have a very nice looking, kind of crystalline looking bobsled that can go uphill in a reverse direction from how gravity would be taking it.
Thank God. I was inspired by the sound of the shotgun. It sounded like a steel drum. It's very Jamaican. Let's go.
Tyrone 2 is like,
Cool.
okay, I'll take the back, and he jumps in the back position.
Yeah,
and
I'll jump in and then just turn around to Tyrone too and just, hey, do you have any like hand warmers or anything?
I just have a blood-soaked parka. Sorry.
Okay. God damn it.
The bobsled takes off, and I assume is going in the direction opposite of the rushing water, kind of going up.
We're going up.
All right. I will say with this bobsled, you can take a +2 to your roll to navigate these tunnels, as the 3 of you are doing your version of escaping over here. So we've got Agent Jones and Manuel and Carla already succeeded. Art, you failed, but you have one more chance.
Yeah.
I'm driving the bobsled. You're in it. Too bad.
Can I navigate it? 'Cause, I mean, well, actually,
you already failed your roll, but you've been picked up in a bobsled, so life is pretty good considering. JD,
yeah.
I would like you to roll plus tough.
Okay. Plus tough. It was a rough one. Oh, okay, so it's a +0. Plus the +2 from the magic bobsled?
+2 from the magic bobsled.
2. 6. Okay, no. I'm feeling lucky.
Can I help by...
We'll literally all die here unless I use a luck point, I'm pretty sure. So I'm just gonna use it. It's fine. I have
We still have
one
to fight
left
the
after this.
monsters?
We still have to fight the monsters, but I can't find the monsters if we die from being in a bobsled while the tunnels are flooding. So, lucky. 12.
Agent Jones, did you have a way to help from afar?
I was thinking that she would have started running after Art as their body was like spinning, and so she would have been running in that general direction.
I would give you the ability to make that choice. You were in, like, you passed your roll to navigate out. So in chasing after Art, you would then no longer be, like, able to exit with that roll. So that's up to you. Did you want to go down the tunnel after Art?
I mean, she would have, regardless of whether she's helping E.D.E.N. or not.
Okay. So do you still want to spend your luck, JD?
If we're able to scoop up Agent Matilda Jones on the front of this bobsled and have her navigate us out instead, I will gladly do that.
Okay, so here's what happens. Carla and Manuel, you are pretty much near the end of the tunnel. You light is streaming down from what you hope and assume is the surface. You turn around and you see Art kind of tumbling down with the push of the water down this side tunnel, and Agent Jones like swan diving down the tunnel after them. Do you, Manuel, wish to exit, or do you wish to also dive after your companion?
Manuel kind of reaches ahead, like, wait, what? We'll meet you at the Walgreens!
Wonderful. So we'll resolve this exit in just a moment. Agent Jones, you are water slide style, like going down the like icy metallic tunnel. It's not nice. You're getting scrapes and bruises and things as you're kind of like just circling over the top of this. Like there's no up, there's no down. It's very chaotic. You take 1 point of harm from the cold and also just from like hitting into all of these metallic rough edges, moving at a high speed, and in the attempt to catch up to Art. As you land, because you had a little bit of a late start, you kind of, no one's there to catch you, but the water at this point has risen to a point where you're not like hitting into the side of the metal tunnel. You just land in very much the same thing that you were traveling in. So it hurts, but it doesn't hurt any more than what you've already suffered. As you, JD, Art, and Tyrone 2 are in the spectral bobsled, you hear a splash behind you as Agent Jones just kind of plops into the water behind you.
Okay.
Sorry, I dropped you.
Just in time! I don't know how to get out, please help!
And she'll look at Tyrone and be like,
I'll like reach my hand out to try. Here, get in.
hoist herself in.
So the bobsled is full. It's a full.
You're on my lap, Agent Jones. It's an emergency.
It's a full spectral bobsled. No, you can fit, but it's just like this thing is like at capacity, as the spectral nature takes the four of you up and out, and it's just this like wild ride. Like the camera from this vantage point is in front, and it sees the four of you like in the log flume at Disney.
Oh god, yeah.
The water is rushing behind you. It's just that we were just talking about Breath of the Wild. In Breath of the Wild, it sparkles when it's too cold to go in it. That's the nature of it. It is just like this icy cold sparkling water that is just rushing behind you as the four of you are like, ah! And if there could be a picture taken in this moment, it would be a great final picture to definitely purchase on the way out. The spectral sled bursts through the end of the tunnel, and what you see as you exit is, for a moment, you've got great airtime from this sled. You look around, you see the icy surface of the lake below you, the frozen surface. You see ice fishing holes from where you had been earlier, waiting for E.D.E.N to call you. You see in the background the Svalbard seed vault in the distance, where you had traveled in this series of tunnels to escape it. And you also see, for a very brief moment, in the middle of the lake, there is a huge rupture, like a fissure, like a volcano exploded with like pieces and plates and tectonics, but it's all ice, and it has just kind of ruptured in the very middle of the lake. And that's what you see in your air time, your hang time, and then you're heading down towards the icy surface. We will cut there to Manuel and Carla. You two kind of poke your heads up like gophers out of one of the pipes. There's like a little bit of icy cold water as the water on the surface, which hides the entrance to the pipe. You have to break through that. But then your heads kind of poke out and you see in the sky a toboggan type sled with all of your team just kind of fly by like Santa's reindeer.
Well, guess we don't need to meet up at Walgreens anymore.
Carla's like, what? Who are you people?
Oh, poor Carla.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm not quite sure either. They're pretty cool though, right?
Cool is not the word that I thought of. Let's get out of here. She starts to extricate herself from the hole, pulling herself up, like clothes are soaked, everything is wet and cold, and she just kind of like flops herself on the top of the ice and just begins to scoot away from the hole. Manuel, you also see in the middle of the icy lake, there's like a huge crater-like hole in the middle of it.
Oh, I mean, I guess that explains the shaking. I'll make a note of that and start limping my way towards the rest of the group.
Yes, Carla helps you out as well. You're just kind of like a soppy, icy mess at this point. The toboggan lands with a little bit of a thud. I think I need you to roll act under pressure, JD, as you're steering it, just to see what kind of a landing we have here, as it got a significant amount of airtime.
Cool, again, damn it. Hold on. 3, 6, 8.
8. So that's a partial success. So you are able to stick the landing. The side effect is that all of you kind of tumble out into the ice, and the toboggan, like, you feel the magic that your kind of your connection to the spell has been severed. So you can't summon this spectral toboggan anymore over the course of this adventure. However, you've successfully landed it.
You guys all right?
Okay, that
I'm
was
glad
cool.
y'all are all alive.
To the van.
Good to see
I
you.
also need Tyrone too.
Yep, instructions at the van.
Manuel,
meet you, sir.
you see
And not breathing.
a blood-soaked man who is like nursing a gunshot wound on the side of his body, and he's wearing a big winter parka. He's fairly tall. He's got freckles. He's got little spectacles. He just looks like a mild-mannered dude, and he just gives a half-hearted wave. Hello.
Hey.
She'll nod at him and be like, "I know who you are." And we'll just keep walking. Because she's
I'll
watched
point
him
out-
on,
Would have
JD's
seen him
phone.
on like HUD for Tyrone too.
As
we've been watching JD, so we know all of the important people.
yeah, there's a circle of surveillance here. JD was watching Tyrone 2, Agent Jones was watching JD, and Tyrone 2 was also watching JD, apparently.
We wonder why she's a conspiracy theorist. It makes no sense.
Oh.
We-
I'll point out the giant hole in the lake as we walk by. I
As-
don't even know it was there last time.
As Manuel is saying this, and as Agent Jones says, I know who you are. As you walk away, Agent Jones, under his breath, Tyrone 2 says, oh, I know who you are too.
Oh!
He's already stumbling towards the path, basically on autopilot.
We need to get Art warmed up. This is an emergency. Let's go. Carla, you're
No,
coming with
let's
us.
go.
You're in this now. You don't
Let's-
get to leave.
Does anyone have a phone I could borrow?
Oh yes, here, take this. It's a clamshell. It
Okay,
works
my-
great.
My fingers won't really move. But once we get to the van,
So is the party's intention to exit back to the path, the one you originally followed the deputy off of the lake?
We're going back to the van so we can take it to Walgreens.
We still have that sleeping bag that I requested from the agency. So we
Yep.
can shove.
Can we? Is it with us? Can we just shove Art in there and like?
It is
Hold
not
him.
with you. It's a huge sleeping bag. It's pretty outfitted. It came in a huge crate that was airdropped in front of your van.
Okay. To the van.
All right. The monster hunters of E.D.E.N, a little bedraggled, wet, icy, make their way off the frozen lake, having escaped from Dr. Mallon's lab, and also the kind of newly tenuous, structured tunnel system that exited out of her lab. As you're walking, it's kind of Lord of the Rings style, where you're all walking in a line, and in the background you see like a big icy mountain, bright white sky, kind of like with tones of like light violet, as the late afternoon is turning to evening. In the more close foreground to you is the rupture from the lake, and there's just all of these icy plates and kind of just, it's like a cannonball splash but frozen, so it's just all kind of blooming out of the lake, all of these icy plates surrounding a crater in the middle, as you all kind of Lord of the Rings style trek in front of it and head back towards your van in the parking lot.
Okay, so something's coming out of the lake, right? Like we can all agree that that's what's happening, and it's probably not a
Probably.
good thing.
Or something
Probably.
fell into the lake?
maybe. Listen, I'm cold. All right.
And in their face, we got it the face thing. So
Yeah,
Do
that
that.
period magic didn't help very much. Let's go get you warmed up quickly before you literally die. But Manuel, here, take my phone quickly.
All right, yeah, I'll. You can hand it to me once we get to the van. I don't want to accidentally drop it with frozen fingers.
So as the E.D.E.N agents head towards the van, you see it parked there. You see in front of the van a lot of footprints in the snow that would mimic the entire staff of the Svalbard Seed Vault exiting in a hurry. Just lots of footprints, lots of like kind of people like beelining towards the stairs, running about. There's a fresh powder layer over it, so it looks a little bit old at this point, but there was a lot of traffic through here earlier. But you are at your van. The old trusty van, you see on the windshield is the sunscreen that you had put over the windshield to keep the sun from coming in, or actually to keep people from watching you. And it's like a beach scene, I think.
So I'll slide open the van door and let everybody go in. If Carla is going to try to go in, Agent Jones will like snap her umbrella down in front of her to block the door. Be like,
What?
are you with us? Because you can go if you want to your home or family or whatever. If I let you in this van, then you're gonna have to sign quite a bit of paperwork, and we're gonna do a full background check and yada yada yada, and you'll get a badge and stuff. Do you want in, or do you want to go home?
Are you with the government?
Kind of just
I can't
answer the question.
Yeah.
She looks to Manuel, who she's created the biggest bond with, and she's like, "Wait, but you have a family. What? Well, will I not get to see my family anymore if I come in the van?"
You'll still be able to see them. It might be a bit awkward keeping some secrets, but I mean,
Listen,
I still call my wife.
Okay.
Still have your life. Up to you though. You know.
You guys said I was part of the team. Like, do you need me?
He has been useful, right? I don't know if this is in character or out of character.
Has been useful. And she said she didn't like her job, so maybe she's looking for something actually useful to do.
She's brave. You have potential, Carla, and we can train you, and you can do amazing things. My supervisor is doing some amazing things. I'm here.
Hey, you're doing amazing things too.
Thank you, Art. And yes, if you would like to join our team on an official basis, you can come in the van. Otherwise, I would recommend you get to safety.
Wow, this is such a big moment. I never thought of myself as more than a mall cop, and then I got to Svalbard, and now I'm going from Svalbard guard, which has always been hard to say.
We're kind of out of time to cheer.
Yes, I accept.
She'll lift her umbrella and be like, "Welcome to the team."
Welcome to the team!
I think in Carla's mind, she's expecting inside the van to be like some sleek Men in Black type setup with like all of this high-tech stuff, and it's like actually really big inside, and it's just like a rusty ass like converted van with like a bunch of like half-working cameras and like raw electrical wiring that Manuel has retrofitted, and it's just like
all the monitors are definitely the old like bone white plastic.
The robot crab is there.
Yeah. The robot crab somehow beat you all back here. Like it's just sitting in the driver's seat, like clicking its claws and like wiggling its eyes happily.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad you made it. Oh my God.
Is Tyrone 2 part of the team now too?
Yeah, Tyrone 2 is standing there, blood soaked, just kind of like hand behind the head, like, oh, this is awkward.
Oh. Agent Jones, can I have a word really fast? Art, go start warming up. Manuel, discuss sports with Tyrone. I don't know what men talk about.
Tyrone 2 looks at you, Manuel, and like waits for the prompt, like.
I'll get right back to you. Let me make a call real quick.
fuck?
So much shit going on.
All right, so Manuel is off making a call. Tyrone 2 is kind of just like awkwarding out right near the van. Art and
I should
Carla
be
have
sorry.
entered. What's that?
He's bleeding in the snow. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, he's just little blood flecks in the snow, but he's stabilized, so it's not like as bad as it was when you first shot him with your shotgun.
Awesome. Hey, Manuel, if you can't reach her with that phone, I have mine. It'll probably show a scam likely. Maybe send her a text first from it.
I don't appreciate how you act like you know what you're talking about. Please don't bring this up again.
As that's happening,
Make some assumptions.
Agent Jones and JD, you have the floor for your conversation.
Okay, so she's just gonna duck behind the umbrella with Agent Jones and like speak in hushed tones, which I will not hush because it is Twitch and you need to be able to hear. I'm like 92% sure that Tyrone 2 has been abducted and replaced by an alien because remember when we were watching and I saw him like get disappeared like way back a couple hours ago in our first session? Why am I talking about sessions? Time isn't broken up by that.
Or
He
is
has
it?
4 eyes. I know he wears glasses, but actually though, like, he would have had 6 eyes in this case because...
And Agent Jones will kind of peek over the umbrella at Tyrone, too, who I'm sure, to me, has 2 eyes.
Yes, he absolutely looks like he has 2 eyes, and he has been shot with a shotgun that you know JD has.
Alien. 4 eyes.
Well, we saw him get disappeared and then so he snuck up. Why would I shoot him? He was invisible. He snuck up behind me. I just saw his silhouette, so I shot the invisible silhouette. I didn't know. Turned out to be him sneaking up on me, being invisible. He's being suspicious, and he disappeared. He's not on my camera feeds anymore. He just came to Svalbard very quickly. That is all very suspicious.
So you're saying he was able to track you, and you had no idea? That could be
Yes.
a very useful skill. That could be an
What?
asset.
Ooh,
And if he's
what
truly
did
an alien, we could keep an eye on him. We like to stay close to the people we're interested in.
As Sun Tzu says, keep your enemies close. Or I don't know if he said that. I think it was in the Art of War. I didn't really read it. Anyway. I mean, he is bleeding and it's my fault, so I feel guilty if we don't let him into the van. If you're okay, I just wanted to give you a heads up. He might be an alien.
She'll look over and I'm sure he looks just totally normal. Be like, I'll include that in my report.
Oh, you totally will. I know you believe me. Good. I'm so glad you're taking this seriously. All right, Tyrone 2, get in here.
Oh,
Into the
great.
umbrella.
Yeah, he comes over into the umbrella. Oh, great. Is this the first step into the club?
Apparently. Come into the van. I'll show you pictures of Tyrone.
Oh, good. I missed that little guy. I'm so glad we're reconnecting like this, Janice.
Oh. Yes.
I've almost
Just
forgiven.
standing there awkwardly with the umbrella.
You're in the middle, and the two of them are on each side of you. I've almost forgiven you for all of the recording devices that you put in my phones, and all of the kind of Google Map people that you paid to drive by my house every morning and just keep tabs. Like the restraining order was for my own safety, but now it's all out in the open that I've been keeping an eye on you too, Janice. And he reaches out and like boops your nose.
Those were the only things I did. That is correct.
Me too. Totally. This is the only time that I've. Yes. Like
All
he does like
right.
the side eye at you.
Good. Get in the van.
Yes, darling. He enters the
Free
van.
candy.
He enters the van and kind of sees Art warming up, I assume?
Oh, yes. I mean, we probably have hand warmers in here, just because we're in very north.
Oh yeah, you have your.
It's a miracle
E.D.E.N.
that no one had hand warmers on them.
You have your E.D.E.N sleeping
and
bag as well.
just
The
like
easy thing.
has taken like 5, shoved them in the sleeping bag, and has like pulled the little face hole of the sleeping bag shut, and is just sitting in there.
Awesome. So who else is warming up right now? Does anyone need to get rid of cold damage?
Yeah, we all would.
Okay.
Busy calling my wife.
We're all
Okay.
cold.
So if you all could roll warming up, our custom move with plus tough, we'll resolve that, and then we'll cut over to Manuel's phone call.
Can I get a bonus, or at least the -1 mitigated from the fact that I have like 5 that I have equipment to help me?
Yes, we did say that the sleeping bag would allow you to not do the -1 ongoing with the use of the sleeping bag. But it is a very hefty sleeping bag, so you have to come to the van to use it. That's the downside.
Got a 9.
Okay.
I swear,
Yeah,
if I get
it's-
another 5, I'm going to kill someone. Oh, I didn't get a 5. I got a 6.
Total?
Sorry. Total.
Okay.
Can I help?
Yeah, you could help out.
Just like breathe into the little hole.
Yeah, she'll turn the heat up on the van, and she'll turn all the vents so that they're facing you.
Okay. Roll plus cool to help out.
God.
13.
All right. Your help lets them act as if they just rolled a 12, regardless of what they actually got. So, that's a 12 for Art, and that's a 9, correct, for Matilda? And JD, are you warming up?
Yeah, that was a 7.
Okay. All right. So I don't know if we've gotten this result yet. I feel like you've all been failing or succeeding, but the partial for warming up is that you are able to heal that cold harm, 1 point of cold harm. However, you do have a little bit of kind of bitten fingers left over, so you have an interference with your dexterity. So anything that requires you to be like very nimble, dexterous, that kind of act under cool roll, you'll have a -1 on that because you're still like pretty cold. But your harm is healed from the cold harm. And let's cut over to Manuel. Manuel, are you calling Karina?
Calling Karina, yes.
Okay, so it's been about probably like half an hour since you lost contact with her. You're dialing the number. This is whose phone? Remind me.
This is JD's phone.
Okay.
Her little clamshell phone.
So the phone rings and rings and rings, and then it goes to Karina's voicemail. You hear her voice, and it's so good to hear her voice. And she's like, "Hey, it's Karina. Leave a message. I'm not available, but I'd love to hear from you." And you hear Clevy in the background say, "Love to hear from you." And then it beeps.
I'll say, "Hey, honey, it's been well. My phone got kind of destroyed in the chaos, and I just wanted to call to let you know that I'm sorry that I couldn't make it, and that I'm doing okay. I hope you're doing okay. Hope Clevy's having a great birthday, and Clevy, happy birthday. I hope you had lots of cake."
The phone beeps to signal the end of the message, and the little clamshell phone is kind of in your hand, and there's no callback, but you do know that the message went through to her and is now a voicemail on her phone.
Well, I sure hope my marriage is okay. Let's fight some core monsters, guys.
Yeah.
Manuel, as you're standing out here with the phone and kind of worrying about the people you left behind, you look out over so the Svalbard Seabolt is up on a hill, essentially. It's built into this snowy mountain, and there's stairs descending down into the village below, an outpost. Mostly tourists, scientists, a few people that call this home, but it's a very transient space. There's lots of red-roofed houses with little pointed steeples, covered in like a nice blanket of snow, all puffing out smoke from their chimneys. you do see that there is kind of a big crowd in the middle of the town. Like there's a lot of people down there, lots of small dots, small bodies that you can see kind of gathered in the town square. And there seems to be like a little bit of motion among them. Like there's people moving around down there. That's what you can see from your vantage point.
Looks like they're crowded around anything in particular, like they're all paying attention to something, or is it just a large collection of people?
As you squint and look ahead, you can kind of see the makings of like a little brown, low to the ground stage that seems to be a focal point.
Gotcha. Okay. Anyone on the stage that I can tell from this distance, or
Little black specks.
Okay. I'll kind of, again, close it up, kind of try to run my arms a little, and then get in the van with everyone else.
All right. At this time, your E.D.E.N members have warmed up. Everyone looks a little bit less chattery with the teeth and kind of pale of skin from all of the iciness of the lake below. What would the team like to do next as you are parked in a unmarked white van in front of the Svalbard Seed Vault?
Looks like there's a crowd gathering.
I'm doing better. There's still a hole in my face.
Do you need more help?
I mean, it would be appreciated if you can.
Okay. I'm really good at first aid. I would like to use my medic roll.
All right. Yep. You can take the time to do it.
While you're doing that, I'm going to drive us to Walgreens. I'm going to take charge, take down this Tampa windshield cover thing, drive to Walgreens. We're going to Walgreens.
All right. As you say Walgreens like 5 times, Carla's like every time she's like,
I'll be like,
it's not okay. Yes, you can absolutely do that, JD. You maneuver the van. You kind of have to rock it out of the icy trough that the tires have formed for all of the snow that's fallen around them. But you're able to get it out of the spot.
it's beat up. It's probably making like a ton of smoke, like a ton of noise.
Piece of shit.
Oh.
Remind me of the
Mystery
properties of the van.
Anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
Beat up. Surveillance gear.
Cool. Awesome. So yes, JD, you are in control of this van. You see a small side drive coming off of the parking lot. And it looks very precarious, especially with all the ice. But there are tire tracks that you can use to follow down this little winding path. But it's, for those afraid of heights and or falling off of steep surfaces, it's not a pleasant drive.
Am I really gonna kill us by crashing this van? Okay, I mean, that's how we're gonna get down. We're gonna drive down.
Yes.
In this van.
Yeah, no roll needed. This is a driveway, and it's just normal snow, but it's a little scary.
Game over.
Game fucking over. We roll the van down the hill and we all die.
What is that? Is that Thelma and Louise that go off the cliff?
Yeah, right.
You and me, Agent Jones.
And you see Tyrone too in the background, kind of like clearing his throat.
That's great. I did roll an 11 for art, so you get 2 harm back.
Awesome.
Well, I am no longer in the unstable threshold. Yay!
Congratulations.
Which means can I perform first aid on myself now?
You would have to spend more time. So I will give you that option to do so. I'll describe what's happening in this moment, and then you can make the decision. So as JD pulls the van down the pathway coming from the seed vault, you're kind of like cruising on the outside of the town. The town is so small. I mean, it's like 3x4, like just very small amount of buildings, streets. It's an outpost more than anything else. You see not a Walgreens, but you do see a kind of general store. You can recognize it because it has like snow coats set up on little mannequins outside of it, and like a few things like a hand warmer station, like a little like don't forget your hand warmers sign with like a hand drawn like person like shivering. So you can see that in the distance. You also see a bunch of people. You recognize some of them as members of the staff on the Svalbard Seed Vault. They are all kind of congregating in one area in this town square. You also recognize another figure. It is the reporter, Jericho Jones. She's looking very sleek in like a very like nice pink, like mauve toned parka with like perfectly puffed up, I don't know, like not a faux fur, like a real fur lining on her coat, and like nice leather gloves. And she just looks like very polished. And she has her reporter's pad out, and she's like furiously taking notes nearby. You also see the sheriff and the deputy, kind of the lumberjack-looking deputy that you had met earlier, and who you can assume to be the sheriff because he was described to you as an anthropomorphic rat person. So he has kind of like, he's like a rat-like humanoid with like a rat face and like rat ears that are kind of tucked down underneath a ski cap. So they're kind of like flopped down underneath it. They're standing very close to a wooden stage. On the wooden stage, you see a figure you do not recognize. It is a woman in a lab coat. She has kind of like dark, square glasses. She has kind of like a light olive skin. She has a clipboard under her arm, and she looks very official, very calm. She has like nicely manicured nails, and she's just kind of like holding onto the microphone and looking at the crowd. And there's like a little bit of like a kerfuffle between the people in the crowd, the sheriff, and you also see Elsa, and Elsa is kind of standing in front of the sheriff and like waving her hands no at the rest of the crowd. And that's kind of what you see as you drive past the town square.
We'll seeing this say, you know, when they called him a rat man, I expected like rat space man, like a man who was like a rat, not a rat man.
Was anybody else shocked by that description?
Yeah, like, is this something that we need to like report on?
No, the rat people have contributed a lot to our society. Don't be racist.
Well,
I think I would have snapped a picture and sent it to the agency.
What, JD, you mean rat people are real?
What?
There's what, Manuel.
I have a rat. His name is Tyrone, and I assume rat people. There's a whole forum I can show you later about rat people.
Okay.
It's very enlightening. Anyway.
I think Art will remember back to him to them posting the first part of that forum page or whatever, like the first.
Did Art start the rat people conspiracy?
God dang it. Did you will this rat person into existence?
Quite possibly.
Agent Jones, as you send the picture of the rat anthropomorphic sheriff to the agency, you get a reply back from Director Mendez, and it says, interesting. I didn't know that the Port City Police Department would be sending kind of representation into this area. Port City is known for its diversity of residents and kind of arcane influence in the citizens that live there. Not a cause for concern, but interesting.
Also, I wanted to mention, we had established that before I came out here as part of my briefing, I would have been given like a roster of who everybody is. Do I recognize the person in the lab coat in that context?
Yes.
Have I seen their picture?
Yes, you have definitely seen their picture. This is Dr. Malin.
Okay.
You also get one more text from Agent Mendez, and she says, "You haven't briefed me recently. Are you messing this up as badly as I think you are?"
And she'll text back,
Not make it sound like this has gone the way that it has, alright? We're doing fine. We are still working on containing a unexpected threat. However, we are handling it, alright? That's what we're doing. You can put all the details in the report.
Yeah, I'll just text back like, under control. Thumbs up emoji.
You get a text back immediately. "I told you never to use emojis on this line."
She uses them all the time!
She does.
Oh, I love it.
I really
She'll write noted. said that.
There's no reply, but you can almost like hear the
feel it.
sigh. Yes, you can feel it. It's palpable. The disdain from your former partner who was promoted through the ranks while you were sent on a kind of off the grid mission into Svalbard to kind of keep you on the force, but really keep you shut down from any kind of promotion opportunities.
First.
But yes, you all pull up the van in front of the general store. Art, if you wanted to stay in here to do the first aid, you can. However, there is, like, as you open the door to the van, you hear a lot of shouting coming from the town square. And just like a lot of like the raised sounds of voices. You also see the door to the general store open up and a friendly face poke their head out. It is kind of a ruddy-cheeked, like red-haired lady. She's a little bit more portly. She has kind of like the big, thick suspenders, kind of like a snowsuit kind of get up. She pokes her head out and she's like, we're just about to go on lunch, but I could, make an exception if you're coming in. Park your van pretty much on my doorstep, so...
Just give me all the scorch guns you have! Also, JD's gonna cast really quick, a really fast spell to change the sign to Walgreens.
All right. Go ahead and roll use magic, and after we resolve this spell, we'll take our bio break as we can pick up here. Is that a
Real
6?
quick,
16.
A 16?
Because that was a natural 12. Stop, don't eat that. Yes.
And yeah, go ahead, Agent Jones.
We didn't see Harry in the crowd, did we?
No, you did not see Harry. You review the recordings, the surveillance gear. No sign of Harry in this area.
He's fine.
Totally
It's
fine.
fine.
He's fine.
He's
Okay,
probably
sorry
fine.
to interrupt you.
No, not at all. JD, what does it look like as you change the sign of the Svalbard General Store and Supply to Walgreens?
Well, it's glittery, definitely. It's like the Walgreens sign. Harkening back, or I guess forward, to the police officer with the kick me thing in the very first adventure we had together. No, but it's gonna be like the red Walgreens right across it. Like the neon glowy letters, but also they're glittery and red.
Awesome.
For the bonus effect, can it be that the owner either doesn't care or doesn't notice?
She absolutely does not notice. And actually, part of the magic is that she physically cannot notice. So even if she looks directly at it, she will not be able to see that this says Walgreens in such glitter and pomp. So she's like, yeah, squirt guns, not on my stock, but okay, as she opens the door a little bit. And as you hear in the town square area, just a lot of like raised voices. And then you hear on the microphone kind of a clearing of the throat amplified with the microphone. And you hear Dr. Malin, presumably, say, I would just like everyone's attention. And that's where we'll pick up after we take a quick bio break.
Wait.
Are we good to come back at 11, like a 5-minute break?
Yeah, should be fine.
Yeah, works for me.
Awesome. All right, we're going to go to break and we'll be back in 5, everyone. Stay tuned. Hello, Internet! We are back with more Monster of the Week, the Cold Storage Caper. I think it's fair to say that we are an endgame in that you have seen Dr. Malin. You have some information about her plans, and evidence of some more things afoot here that shouldn't be happening in Svalbard. But we find ourselves at the safest of places, Walgreens, newly named by JD. But you do find yourselves outside of kind of a social dilemma, as there are many players and characters that you've met in the past, all converging in the town square here in the Svalbard outpost. So, monster hunters, E.D.E.N agents, what do you do next?
Why don't Agent Jones? Why don't you and JD go and get some welcoming stuff, and I can go check out this crowd and what's going on down there with Art.
Yes, stall them if you can. She must not release her research. Tyrone too, Carla. Go help them.
Yeah, I'm on it. I'm an agent now. I still have no idea what we do and who pays us, and I don't actually know anything, but just tell me what to do and I'll do it.
I'll give you the PowerPoint presentation later.
There's a
I'll block out 4 hours on your calendar.
There's a PowerPoint? I have a calendar?
You do now. Welcome to the team.
She looks thrilled at the prospect of having a calendar.
Or it's not a strict calendar. You can be late.
It is a strict calendar.
You can be late.
She looks between the two of you. Okay. One of those is probably right.
Should we look for the monster things that we never found?
Yes. Let's go up. Into Walgreens, come on! And JD's already running.
You see a well-stocked kind of general store for whatever you need in this climate. So it's a lot of for tourists that have forgotten that it's cold, lots of things to help them gear up for this environment. You also see a lot of snacks, food, things for the townies, so basic cleaning supplies, and some very out of style clothing that's about probably a year or so behind the current style elsewhere. It seems like fashion is not a really big priority here in Svalbard. The woman who had greeted you, who owns the store, is kind of sitting behind the counter, and she's listening on the radio, and you hear it tuned in, and you hear Dr. Malin's voice on the radio as well as kind of hearing the muffled version of it from outside. And she's like, I just need to know what's going on in the town, but can't leave the store, so just don't mind me.
We'll be
quick. That being here is a very safe place. Let's go. Okay.
Is there fire extinguishers? Or those things that you used to kill weeds? It's like a tank with a little sprayer.
Sprayer, yes.
Yeah, I would say so. The weeds, there's not a lot of plant life here, but I think you could probably find the tubing and things necessary to retrofit a fire extinguisher can to have that same kind of mechanism, because it has a canister and a nozzle and all of that. So I'd say you'd find fire extinguishers, tubing. Yeah, you can make one basically.
She have one.
Could make a suggestion. Also, snowblowers maybe.
I was thinking a snowblower, a turkey baster, a balloon inflator, pump that the
water balloons.
And pump a balloon.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Any of those things?
Yeah, I would say all of those make sense to me.
Gonna get all of them then, and also a huge pile of hand warmers and a bunch of shots of vodka and some rubbing alcohol.
Now that they have in plenty supply, a huge wall of homemade moonshine that says Svalbard kind of handwritten on it, and then some vodka that has been imported from elsewhere and looks pretty old.
Nice.
Waste the nice stuff. No, the cheapest garbage. The garbage alcohol.
Oh, that's... of course, that's what I make. I mean, that's what my husband calls it, but I'm very proud of it. Moonshine, if you'd like some of that.
Yes, of course! Give me some small containers of it, and if you have any rags, that would be wonderful. Oh, also, could I get some lighters, please? They're unrelated to each other.
This is a very strange shopping order, but all right.
It must happen quickly, please!
She looks at you confused at the hurry because it seems like she's unaccustomed to hurry in a place like this. She's like, okay, calm down. And she turns the radio up, trying to like drown you out. Hold on, I'm just trying to hear what's going on out there. There's a lot of kerfuffle. And she immediately begins to like hurry up by like slowly walking from shelf to shelf. She's like a video game character that has that like track to do something, and then when it's interrupted, they like stop and like reset.
Oh, no.
So she's just very slowly going to gather all the things you need.
Should I mug this Walgreens?
Like leave a 20 on the counter and rate it.
Oh
I don't
god.
know if they're gonna give us an itemized receipt, so I'm not gonna get reimbursed anyway. I mean, they might. They have like an old-timey till that's got like the big buttons.
Totally, yeah. She's just gone to the corner with all of the rags, and she's picking them off the shelf one by one. And, yeah, she is. She's like putting them in a basket. There we go. How many did you need? Did you need 6, 7, 8?
That's great.
look.
Thank you.
See, you need to go out there and watch the thing. I'll just get my things together and leave like $300 on the counter, okay? See, it all fits together. It all makes sense. You have to go watch it. It's very important. Otherwise, I'm going to talk over your radio and you can't hear it.
She, first of all, drops the basket when you say $300, and all of the rags fall out, and she's like, oh my, $300? That's a lot. And then she goes, let me pick these up. 1, 2. And to your threat about the radio, she's like, oh, don't worry, it goes pretty loud. And she turns it up as loud as it possibly can. And so you hear echoing through the store, and echoing because Dr. Malin is not that far away from you in physical space, just her voice. And she's like, Dr. Malin, I just need everyone's attention for one moment. Kindly. I would kindly like your attention, please. And it kind of reverberates through the store.
Radio.
You break the radio?
I'm going to take it. I'm going to smash it on the ground.
The radio shatters into 3 different pieces, and she's picking up the rag saying, 14? What? And turns and just looks at the pieces and looks up at you slowly and says, are you okay?
Guess you should go get the sheriff to arrest me outside. No other choice.
Oh my, I think the sheriff's busy. I mean, I don't know for sure because you just broke my line to the outside world here as a poor shopkeep.
No. Yeah, I better go listen to the speech and also go get the sheriff so you can arrest me. I love the cop.
I can't leave my store to a maniac like you. No offense.
True, I will leave. Goodbye. See you later, unrelated person to me. Goodbye.
Tyrone, too, is standing out of the store, and he's looking at his watch, and he's like, well, she'll be coming out soon, probably. This is about the time it takes for her to be done with whatever social interaction she's having, so.
Yeah, I think Art will sing. Or can Art hear any of this?
Yeah, you can hear Ray's voices.
Yeah. Art will walk in. Hey, what's going on in here?
Oh, I was just leaving. Goodbye, I'm a crazy person. Farewell.
Okay.
So you do have some of the items that she had gathered in a basket.
I mean, I left Matilda in there.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm just
What?
like,
What was her deal? Pointing to JD. What's her deal?
stuff. And she'll just take up however much the shopkeep has gathered and like put some cash on the counter and be like, thank you.
The shopkeep takes the money, looks at all of you and says, tourists, and begins counting out the bills. 1, 2.
God.
But you
She'll be
do
safe
have
in there.
your materials. On the outside, Manuel, I assume, are you still in the van or are you outside the store?
How far away is the speech happening? Because I was gonna try and head out over there
Yeah,
while
it's not far.
people were doing shopping. Yeah.
Yeah, so you head over to the town square area. Carla will come with
Mhm.
you.
Yeah.
What do you do as you approach?
I try to kind of come from an angle where I scan for the sheriff and Yeah, I'm gonna try to look for the sheriff and try to come from an angle where I wouldn't have to like push through the crowd to make it to the stage.
Okay. You do position yourself near the sheriff. You see the sheriff, who is, again, an anthropomorphic rat person who has the rat ears kind of flattened down in a skull cap. Sheriff's badge. His deputy is like a very lumberjack-looking guy with like a big beard kind of shoved inside a wool scarf. And both of them seem to be doing some kind of crowd control. Elsa is standing in front of the sheriff, and she's like waving her arms, and she's like, no, it's really like talking, big crowd. You can do it, Elsa. It's the sheriff. Don't judge the sheriff just because the sheriff is different from us. Like, Elsa, come on. And the sheriff is like, I need everyone to calm down. Young lady, I don't need your help. I really appreciate it. This is a situation, Dr. Malin. This is not an appropriate time to hold this conference. There's a lot of unrest here in Svalbard. Dr. Malin is still at the platform in front of the microphone. The crowd, you can kind of hear rumblings. There's like a few distinct, hold on. Whoops, sorry. There's a few distinct groups here. There is people kind of murmuring about that Dr. Malin's research is dangerous. We don't want her here. We don't want her research. There's people from Svalbard who are like, we're doing good work. And granted, the facility is having a problem today, but for most days, things are fine. Things are fine. Some people are saying, ever since that sheriff came into town, nothing but trouble has happened. We want him out. We want him out. There's a few different kind of incendiary feelings happening in the crowd. And you can see in the corner, Jericho, the reporter, is just writing all of it down, just furiously. What do you do, Manuel?
Can I try to get onto the podium and grab the microphone from Dr. Malin?
You absolutely can. You jump up onto the podium, and Dr. Malin, who has been holding the microphone, cool as a cucumber, turns and looks at you, just slowly, and looks over her glasses. They slide down the bridge of her nose, and you can see directly into her eyes, and she's like, huh, the electrician. Can I help you?
Hello. Yes, Sarah's been. I would like to borrow the microphone, if you could, and I'm not waiting for you to give it. I'm trying to grab for it.
Yeah, roll act under pressure as Dr. Malin is kind of holding it, staring down at you.
All right. I'm gonna use my luck point on that.
What did you roll?
I rolled a 6. I rolled a 6.
All right, you're burning a luck?
Yep.
All right. So what happens as you kind of fumble with Dr. Malin, who like holds it out of reach, and she's like, absolutely not. How do you achieve what you need here?
I think she holds like the microphone out of reach, but it's one of those corded microphones that's still attached. And so I like stumble a little bit and kind of yank on the cord, and we both kind of trip over each other as I bump into her. But I managed to catch myself with the microphone and like catch my balance as she kind of goes sprawling.
Yeah. She stumbles backwards, her lab coat and like kind of the heavier parka over it kind of just like splay out into the snow that it's gathered on the stage here. And so she's like in this little bit of a snowdrift, and she's looking at you, and she's just glaring daggers at you, and she's holding her clipboard, and you see her begin to like rise to her feet with like an extra vindictiveness, but you have the microphone for a couple seconds.
I'm going
What do you say?
to very hurriedly speak to this. Okay, everyone, I need everyone to trust me on this. There has been an incident in the seed vault, and there is the serious risk of airborne pathogens spreading, and it could seriously hurt everyone. I need everyone to go inside, go to their homes, separate out for at least a couple of hours, and I'm sure the sheriffs will let everyone know once this has been resolved and it's safe to be outside again.
All right, so as you say this to the crowd, a few reactions happen. All of the Svalbard staff, who are your allies for the remainder of the adventure, they take this like to heart. Like, you've already told them to evacuate. For them, this is just kind of updated information. And so they, who were previously saying like, no, we're doing good work at Svalbard, like let Dr. Malin speak, are now in the position of, oh, okay, well, change of plans. Staff, can we rally? Can we rally? Let's go inside. So the Svalbard members are beginning to exit the town square. Jericho, firmly planted with her notebook, is just like, oh, interesting, and just starts like writing down all of this, not moving anywhere. The other groups, so the sheriff and the deputy, they had actually been under a bit of duress because there's some folks who are saying, like, you're the reason all of this stuff is happening. Like, our town has gone to pot since you came here. And so as some of those people don't really respond to you too much. Go ahead.
I do have a move called Trust Me.
Yeah.
Which is when you tell a normal person the truth in order to protect them from danger, I can roll plus charm.
You can tell them the truth for sure if you want.
All right. In that case, I'll backtrack on that and be like, all right, guys, there's something's gone horribly wrong with the seeds in the seed vault, and there's the risk that everyone is going to get turned into corn monsters if you guys don't disperse. If you could please, you just trust me on this. We're handling the issue.
All right, so we'll say you did say what you said, and the Svalbard folks like immediately responded. For the ones who are suspecting the sheriff, and also for the anti-GMO activists, they had not really been moved by they don't know who you are, they don't really believe you. So with this, you're hoping to reach that group. Is there a role for that in your move?
Yes, I need a roll plus charm.
All right,
and I'm all out of luck, so...
Fresh out of luck.
I rolled a 13.
Heck yeah! That's
go!
awesome.
That's
All
such
right.
a cool use of this move.
I know, I love it. Like, this is the ultimate mundane spotlight moment. All right, so what is the resolution on your move?
All right. On a 10 plus, they'll do what you say they should, no questions asked.
All right. So the anti-GMO activists, the people who are suspicious of the sheriff, they all kind of say, like, I don't think they believe you necessarily, but they're like, okay. The activists are like, yeah, corn monsters. That's what we're talking about. It's going to be monstrous corn. And they seem to really resonate with that. They're like, yeah, all right, well, fine. We'll take this to the streets tomorrow then, because sure. And they just kind of wander off. The anti-sheriff folks are more grumbly about it. And so you told them to go inside as well, all these folks?
Yeah.
So they're like, yeah, we don't trust you, outsider. Like, don't come in here and tell us how to run our town. We're going to take this up with Svalbard establishment, not with you. And they turn on their heel and they also exit. So in this area, you see Dr. Malin, you see the sheriff and the deputy. And you also see some people who are there with Dr. Malin. I'm considering them in her group. So they're kind of like aligned with her and are not affected by your move, unfortunately, but they appear to be folks in like suits, and they all have different flags pinned on their shirts. And they are looking up at you and they're like, interesting, but we came here from very far away to hear what Dr. Malin has to say, so corn monsters or no, we're going to be sticking around. But you have cleared out the majority of the square.
Right. Now Manuel is definitely kind of like, oh shit, what do I do now? And I'll look around. Does it look like companions are anywhere close at all, or are they still in the general store?
I would have started running as soon as I heard Manuel come onto the microphone
Yeah.
and talk about the corn monsters.
JD, you were kind of on your way out of the store, yeah?
I was on my way out of the store with nothing in hand. Completely failed that mission.
But you did
we
get a
didn't.
lot of stuff gathered, so at least it was kind of already in process.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
ordered.
Matilda took it out. I believe,
Matilda
right?
is the absolute MVP of everything. That
Yeah.
She literally saved everyone's lives. So, just throwing that out there. Anyways,
Spectral toboggan? Question mark.
well, that true. That too, actually. But she is the one who helped us navigate out of there. I'm glad we waited for her, is all I'm saying. Anyways, yeah, JD's gonna run towards the stage, but Manuel seems to be fucking handling it.
Manuel, you see JD approaching. Agent Jones is approaching. Art, what is Art doing?
running outside, realizing what's going on, and just kind of, okay, Manuel has it under control. I'm going back to the van real quick, and I would like to attempt to do first aid if I don't have time before shit hits the fan. That's
Sure.
fine, but they're gonna at least get into the van and start on that, but they're gonna stop it if shit hits the fan.
Yeah. Okay. So Art goes into the van and attempts to kind of like with the teeth rolling up that bandage, cutting it with your teeth, like rolling up your arm really quick, just like kind of like field first aid, like I'm gonna slap a little bit of this on here. Hopefully I feel better quickly. Carla's running up to you, Manuel. You see some of your allies moving into place. Also, you see like a shadow cast over you from behind as you turn slightly to see Dr. Malin is standing behind you with her clipboard, and she's tapping her nails on the side of it, and she's like, "Are you quite finished?"
I'm gonna start backing away from Dr. Malin, still clutching the microphone.
She goes to snatch it out of your hands. What do you do?
I jump off the stage with it.
Okay, so you jump off the stage. It almost looks like a rappelling wire behind you, like, you know, people who like rappel down off buildings, but that's you, Manuel the Mundane, rappelling off a stage with this microphone. Dr. Malin sees you jump off and says, "It's no matter. I have a lecturer's voice." And she just kind of projects out into the square. The international folks who have the different flag pins who are standing in front of her begin to take out their own like phone recorders, notepads. She's like, "I owe you a favor for clearing out this riffraff who've been distracting the purpose today. The sheriff is no matter to me. The anti-GMO folks are no matter to me. So you've simplified things significantly. Thank you for that. I'm glad for the chance to speak because I hate being interrupted when I'm about to share my knowledge with the world." And she's kind of just projecting out onto the remaining folks who are in front of the stage. What are you all doing?
We gotta find these fucking monsters, y'all.
Yeah, I'm sitting in the van with my enchanted hunting rifle sitting in front of me, just in case.
Yeah, I think Agent Jones is kind of across the square trying to catch Manuel's eye, like, let's get out of here. And then, like, fight, monster.
I'd probably be facing Agent Jones just because of how I rappelled down the stage, and I'll kind of glance at the stage. I think I'll start backing further away once it's clear that Dr. Malin has started monologuing, and that whatever she's about to do is gonna explode soon. I'm just gonna run away from the stage.
Okay. So where are you positioning yourself?
I'm trying to get back to the group and like try to get in a position where I'm following Agent Jones.
Okay. Anyone else want to have an action or position before Dr. Malin continues her monologue?
Yeah, JD's gonna start booing at her, like, "Oh, you're a garbage corn scientist! I'm much better! Your shit is... This ain't nothing!" And she's gonna run back to Matilda and be like, "Agent Jones, we need to start putting together those things! The Molotov cocktails and also the fungicide brain situations."
Yeah, you have all your supplies. Is that what you wish to use your time to do while she's monologuing?
Yes.
Okay, where do you do that?
Right outside the van, like in the snow, just like gonna pop those bottles of moonshine down, start ripping off the tops, putting rags in, getting these Bic lighters ready.
Can one of my weird tech, I don't know if it's a tech gadget be, but basically like a shell that fits my grenade launcher but can be filled with assorted substances?
Okay.
We could put fungicide in like a little water balloon type thing that would...
Just drain the grenade of black powder, I guess.
I want to have them though, just like...
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
I could have an extra, I would take it.
I think that makes sense, and also with you having the van here, I think that's a good reason to be able to like rummage around and find something from a previous mission. Yeah, I think you're well outfitted with the van with you guys. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So we have JD and Agent Jones preparing these materials in front of the van. Art is doing first aid in the van, ready to jump into action. And Manuel is backing up towards Agent Jones, kind of ready for trouble. Dr. Malin is on the stage, and she just seems to be in her element. Definitely like villain monologuing, like this is the moment she has been waiting for. The snow is falling gently around her. It's just kind of like a light dusting of like very picturesque snow globe snow that's like landing on you guys and melting immediately. The air, even though it's turning into night, it's kind of certainly warmer than the icy cold of the lake and the metal pipes that you had been walking through, and comparatively feels almost pleasant, as pleasant as Svalbard gets. In the kind of dying light of the day, all of the lights in the town flicker on. You see kind of these very picturesque, idyllic street lamps lighting up the town. And it almost looks like you're in kind of like a ski lodge environment, very warm and rustic. But the words that Dr. Malin says are cold, quite cold. And she's like, I have been working all of my life to save humanity. We have done nothing but hurt one another, take food and resources from one another. People are starving to death, and my research alone can help save the world from the need to rely on food that we can't have, the need to rely on things that are always going to be out of our grasp because of the greed of humanity. I'm here to save us all, and that's why I've invited you here as delegates of the agriculture departments of your respective countries to bring my seed shipments back to your countries and introduce them into your food chain. Your food supply can rely on my research. I have shown time and time again that my research will be the one to save us from our need, our reliance on food, unreliable food. You can trust in my seeds and my ability to save us all. And the delegates are like, what about those protesters? She's like, the protesters have left because they know that there's nothing to protest. And she kind of gives you like a cold smile, Manuel. That is why they are not here, because there's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing to worry about. My research is proven. It's published. I'm releasing it tomorrow, but you've gotten your advanced copy. If you have any questions, please ask. But at this moment, I am loading the ships with the seeds, and those will be sent out as soon as you approve. Please let me know if you have any questions. I'm sorry to have to call this conference early. There's been some disturbances at the vault that I must attend to tomorrow, so I wanted to make sure that we got this bit of business under our belts. And all of the folks are like, no, we're good, Dr. Malin, no questions here. What are you all doing?
We need you to tell about what happened to Fresno, quickly!
Just to clarify, she said the seeds are on the ships already.
They're being loaded onto the ships, yes. This was all supposed to take place tomorrow morning, but because of y'all's hijinks, this is an emergency kind of convening, which is why so many different interests were in this plaza, because they were only supposed to be some of them here, and then they all came here because Dr. Malin was like, nope, we're doing it now.
I think at hearing that, whether or not they're finished with their first aid, Art will poke their head out, and I would like to use my grifter to figure out what I can tell these leaders that would convince them to say no.
Yeah. So, give me a sample of Art's conversation as they sidle up to one of these world leaders of agriculture. Still in a bloodied parka, probably.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe like thrown like just like a scarf over it to kind of hide a bit of it and like hide their face a bit because a hole.
Uh-huh.
Just you know, I hear that up there at that vault they're doing some weird unethical experiments to get those seeds. It would be bad for your nation to be associated with such experiments,
Roll manipulate someone, and we'll have your grifter move influence the result.
Ooh. Okay. That is a 7.
7. It's a partial success. So they'll do it, but only if you do something for them right now to show that you mean it. And then with your grifter move, you can also ask me, well, what will convince them to do what I want?
Well, what will convince them to do what I want?
What will convince them is Dr. Malin has presented them with years of research and documentation and studies, and she has her good name behind her. What would convince them is if you could prove, without a doubt, scientifically, that what you're saying is true, and that you're not just a representative of some rabble-rousing activist organization that they were seeing earlier.
I know this happened last session, but would it be safe to assume Matilda would have taken photos of all the bodies and stuff before, like, for submission, inclusion in her report?
Totally.
So yeah, Art would know that she has those.
Yeah. They'll kind of pull up their phone and, like, just quickly, here, give me a second and I can show you evidence of this. Not just making baseless claims, and I'll send a text to Matilda or whatever. Send over the pics of the things.
I think her response is, "This is not a secure network," and she'll like jog over.
So JD, Agent Jones is like halfway through like this like intense like just restructuring of all of the grenade launchers, and you guys are doing like hardcore like mechanic stuff, and then she's like, "Be right back," and you see her jog over the snow.
Like trying to catch like this like half-open grenade before it falls to the ground.
Art, as Agent Jones approaches, you see Dr. Malin grow uncomfortable, and she's like, "What are you doing there? What is this?"
Nothing. Just improving diplomatic relations. Continue on.
The folks begin to look at the photos, and they kind of call people over, and you see like different flags, different pins, different delegates kind of looking at the photos, and like zooming them in, and like just kind of verifying the existence. Like you can see like Dr. Malin's official letterhead is captured in some of these photos. Like there is some things to situate them so that they're not just sensationalist. And a few of the delegates begin to look over because if you do something right now to show that you mean it, which you have, they're beginning to get very suspicious. And one of them says, "Well, wait just a moment, Doctor. I'd like a few more days to think this over before you load up my ship." Dr. Malin is beginning to look pissed.
I think I'd probably follow over if I was... Would I have been in earshot of Art's conversation, been able to add my own 2 cents to that?
I would say so, and I also think you guys might have like some kind of communicator when you're near your van, or just something to amplify. I mean, your van I consider to be like a home base for you, so since you're so close to it, I'm willing to have this kind of comm link between you guys.
Okay, in that case, I'd like to also bring Carla with me as I walk over and say, I can also confirm Art's statements. We are both employees of the Svalbard Sea Vault. I am an electrician, and this here is a security guard who is in fact guarding Dr. Malin's very research and can attest to the unethical concerns that are being brought up right now.
And you're saying this to the folks?
To everyone there, yeah.
Are you trying to manipulate them as well? Or help out?
Yeah, I'm trying to help out, just add extra oomph onto what Art is saying.
Let's have you help out then. Let's roll plus cool.
Okay. This is my cool. Oh, I'm just holding cool. That's an 8.
All right. On an 8, your help grants them a +1. So what was your roll then earlier, Art, for your grift?
It was a 7.
7. Okay, so it grants an 8. You also expose yourself to trouble or danger. So Dr. Malin's anger is now directed at Art and at you, Manuel, specifically. Her ire, her like perfectly arched eyebrow is just like raised and then lowers, both of them furrowed over her brow, as she says, "Well, if you won't accept my perfect seeds that will save the world on your ships, I have no choice but to do it myself and eliminate you as the middleman." And on her clipboard, she pulls it out and reveals kind of like a little bit of a comm button. And she pushes the button. And in the distance, you all hear that same big rumbling that you heard from the ice. You see the international ships that have been lined up in the port, they begin to rock and wave as something is emerging from in the middle of them. A large, dark shape that you can see from a distance that is the height and width of kind of like at least the size of one of these vessels, as it kind of jostles into two of them, and you hear from the distance. And Dr. Malin kind of closes the clipboard and she's like, "Good day, delegates." And she turns on her heel.
You said it's the size of the vessels?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
The size of the vessels.
Shit.
What do you do?
This is some Resident Evil shit.
Should we grenade them? Should we do the thing with the grenades with the thing?
Yes.
Also, we need to stop her! Stop her, you
Yes,
charlatan!
yes.
You won't even infect yourself with the thing that you claim is so good! You piece of shit corn biologist!
She's walking off into the snow.
We're biologists.
Yeah, I think
I love it.
I won't
she
really
hasn't
be able
turned
to
around.
do much against that. I got her. And I'll start running after her.
All right, so Art is running after Dr. Malin.
I'm running to go scoop up whatever grenade fungicide we've got and start running towards the docks.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
Manuel, Carla! Tyrone too, maybe you should help out. I don't know. Let's go!
Tyrone 2 is like, oh, go ahead, Manuel.
I need to work with Agent Josie to figure out how to stop this thing.
Yeah, my rifle's in the car. It might not do much, but it's something.
All right.
And I'm granting whoever wants it permission to use my rifle that's part of my equipment, which has also been enchanted for +1 in magic attack.
Alright.
It is just to harm far loud.
Mm-hmm. And it's
Agent-
imbued with the power of hot sauce, so it also has that fire.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Manuel?
And it'll be 3 harm, close magic loud, or far magic loud.
Yeah, I guess Manuel will run back to the car to pick up the rifle.
Okay.
How far is the dock? Would it, like, should we drive?
Oh.
Or is it...
You could get there faster by driving, but you could certainly run there as well. This is a very small town.
Maybe throw everything into the van and then we'll drive there.
Yeah, I imagine Manuel goes back and like drives the car up to catch up with everyone, and he's like, "Get in."
Yes.
Just a quick question before we continue. Was I able to get first aid off, or was I interrupted?
Your first aid,
Quickly.
remind me how much you're healing?
1. It's not a move or anything. It's just a
Yeah.
basic.
Yeah, I'll say you can do that, because there was a lot of monologue time. Yes. So Manuel pulls up the van, says, "Get in." In this
I love it.
badass like side swipe of the van, all the snow sprays up from the tires, and it actually hits into the face of the shopkeeper, who comes out and says, "My radio's broken. What's going on?" As like the slush hits her in the face, and she's like, "Tourists!" And she shakes her fist at you.
I have to go back and things right with her. Don't let me forget. I feel so bad about that.
You don't die. Let's send her flowers or something.
Smash her radio and anyway.
Yes. So, where's everyone? Is anyone chasing Dr. Malin?
I'm chasing Dr. Malin.
Okay.
I have my basic like carried equipment, but
Okay.
I'm leaving basically everything except I probably still have the radar thing, the alien radar motion sensor thing,
Okay.
a 9mm and a big knife.
Okay.
But that's
So
basically it.
let's follow first Agent Jones, JD, Manuel, Carla, and Tyrone 2 as everyone jumps into Manuel's badass van and you are all taking off towards the docks. As you approach the docks, you see all of these international ships that have been docked there since you arrived to work this morning. But now they have taken on a new significance as you see all of these cartons and crates that are marked Svalbard Seed Vault are on little hand carts that are being pushed towards the loading area for these ships. And you know them to be the corrupted seeds that Dr. Malin has been engineering to turn people into those blobby corn monsters that you've been fighting this entire time. She believes it to be a boon for humanity. And although the delegates have been successfully convinced that this is not the route to go, unfortunately, Dr. Malin had this backup plan. As you gaze upon the backup plan, It is a large creature that has kind of erupted from underneath the water. It has some things in common with the creatures that you have seen so far, in that it's very amorphous. It shifts. It kind of like looks like it's static, and then it goes and like a ripple kind of like wiggles through it, and parts of it shift around. In the middle of it is a large seed, round and kind of glowing, like purple waves kind of pulsing out. It's got fibrous roots that are tangled all around it, kind of holding it in place into the body. It has limbs that are in the wrong places. It has 6 arms that are jutting out of it in awkward places, and these arms are kaiju sized, like it's like a little mini Godzilla. They are flesh colored, but then also tinted like a pale green. They're sickly, and they have little like tufts of like mold that like grow up and over parts of the limbs, keeping them attached together, so that there's really no like bone or anything that keeps the limb together. It's just like a patch of mold that stretches and shifts, and it's kind of dangling there. It has actually a somewhat face that you can make out. It has kind of a like open mouth, or a gap, I guess, in the face where there should be a jaw. It just kind of like sags, and you see teeth that are just kind of shoved in there haphazardly of different sizes. Some of them look almost like vines that wiggle around. And in the center of its face, where there should be eyes, is just a big gaping hole, just like sunken in. The skull is just kind of soft and squishy, and you see mold kind of fuzzing up and around the corners as all of these arms start to drag through the water and lift up and go to smash at the ships. What are you all doing?
First things first, have to yell at the people who are taking the seeds to the ships. Because do they not see what is happening?
They are wearing lab coats as well, and assumably in the employ of Dr. Malin. Not everybody's a Harry. Which, by the way, where is that guy?
Yeah, is he okay?
Yeah, he's eating soup with Elsa.
Yeah.
Allison said so earlier, I'm pretty sure.
They're very happy together and they are safe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Agent Jones is gonna pull out the grenade launcher. I guess one with the fungicide in it. And take aim. She'll aim for like the purple seed type thing.
Okay, how close are you to the creature?
I guess she'll have Manuel like go up to like the docks, like drive down onto the docks, so however close she can get while still being in the water.
Yeah, you kind of drive through these people ferrying the crates towards the ships. You're kind of like, I don't know, just like action movie style, like driving through them, and then spraying snow again as you slide the van to a halt. And you are right kind of at the foot of the creature at the edge of the dock, and it is massive, towering above you, and it is terrifying. It's like being at the foot of a Godzilla, and it just kind of blocks out the setting sun with its head silhouetted with the light behind it, just kind of casting eerie glow down towards you as it says, come. And as its arms raise up, you can see that its flesh is made up of ripples of all of the other blobs that you have encountered, and that they have amassed with it, kind of becoming a symbiote of this larger creature. What do you do?
Fire.
All right. We're going to have you roll kick some ass, because this thing is not going to let you shoot without attempting to hit you as well. So go ahead and do our first kick some ass roll of the fight.
10.
Nice. On a 10, you establish harm. Basically, you inflict harm on one another. But you get to choose one extra effect. So choose from that list your extra effect.
I will. Ooh, these are all so good. Should I do advantage or make them back up? Extra harm. Do advantage. Yeah, I'll do advantage. I'll do +1 forward to another hunter.
Okay. Who are you choosing?
do I have to think now? Yes, Manuel, because JD's never failed a roll, as far as I can tell.
That's legit. That's legit. That sounds good. Sorry, I'm all blurry.
What happened?
I don't know. I'm blurry now. Okay.
Oh, yeah, you are.
Yes. So you have +1 forward, Manuel. And how much harm do you deal to this creature? And what does it look like?
4 harm. The attacks are messy and loud. So I think there's like a huge explosion. Or no, there's like a type sound as it leaves. And then it kind of like kind of spins through the air and lands like right where that sort of purple seed type thing is. And then there's just like a big explosion, and I think a bunch of goop and like sort of slimy molds, probably spores, that's probably great, explodes everywhere.
Awesome. This comes to pass, the messiness of it. You're seeing this gloop just splat down in the snow around you, like little meteorites, as they just kind of fire down around the van. And Manuel and JD inside the van, you feel the van begin to shake with the vibrations as they hit into the ground. The creature kind of staggers as the seed has been impacted in its chest, and you see the glow pulse as the fibers of roots that surround it are kind of like stressed as it's almost like you interrupted its blood flow as it kind of pulses, and you can see the fibrous roots throughout its body begin to kind of have a blockage for a moment. But then it kind of shakes its head and says, and its large hand slams down towards the van, and it is going to deal its harm, because whenever you kick ass, you get some ass kicked. It is a exchange. So it's going to, its hand slams down into the ground in front of the van, and you can see like there's too many fingers on the hand, and they begin to like twitch and reshape themselves, kind of becoming 6 fingers, then 4, then 3, and then like one big claw as it drags its hand back up towards the air. But it leaves behind a trail of what looks to be like kudzu vines that are kind of beginning to crawl up and all around the van. This has become kind of a very difficult area to navigate. And the vines begin to release little like spores that kind of go up and into the air. And you feel like stinging as the little like needles begin to hit into you. And so you suffer 2 harm, Matilda, in exchange for your grenade launch. But this area has also been covered in vines. What do you guys do? JD, you see this happening. Manuel, you see this happening.
JD, hand me some of those Molotovs, man. I'm gonna try to get up close. What could go wrong?
You can ride the hand up, I think.
That sounds. Okay. I got this. What could go wrong? I will pick up 2 of the Molotov cocktails and try to jump onto the hand. Maybe hurriedly with one hand trying to put my gas mask on as I'm like in my head, I'm like, oh god, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die, please don't die.
All right, roll act under pressure as you see Manuel kind of leaping through the air in a cinematic moment.
This is supremely badass.
All right. What could go wrong as my move with that trigger, perhaps, in this situation?
Go ahead and read it.
Whenever you charge into immediate danger without hedging your bets, hold 2.
Yep, definitely.
All right, I would like to spend one of my holds to take +2 forward on this act under pressure roll.
Awesome.
And because of Alex's thing, that would be a total of +3 for this roll.
What am I getting from Alex?
Because he rolled a 10,
Oh, you're right.
it goes to give you +1 forward as well.
Yep.
So,
That is a
on your
9.
next roll, you get a...
Yeah.
Well, I think it's on one roll in the future. I'm not sure if it needs to be the next roll. On
yeah,
one
it's
roll,
+1
you get
forward, not
an-
ongoing. So yeah, just 1.
Oh, gotcha. So, I could look at my roll first and then choose to spend the +2.
And you spend your hold to take 2 forward. I believe taking 2 forward is just applied.
Okay.
I think. If I'm wrong about that, that's how we'll play it. We'll play in this heat of battle style.
For sure. I got a 9.
A 9 with all your bonuses?
Yep.
Awesome. So it is a success. You do have a hard choice to make. So state your intention again.
I want to try and grab onto the hand as it is withdrawing in order to get really up close and personal to this kaiju monster so that I can crack some Molotov cocktails on its face.
Okay.
Can I help?
Yeah, how are you helping?
What do we see Manuel doing? Do I just see him burst out of the van and die? Oh my.
Like a
fucking God.
superhero.
Molotov cocktails with one in each hand. Edward 40 handsing Molotov cocktails.
Yep. In his cowboy pants, his spectral cowboy pants that JD has put on him.
Oh fuck. Okay, I think she'll see this. How big is this hand, roughly?
It's probably the size of like a lifeboat or bigger.
I think she'll take her hunting knife and just try to and I'm sure it's thick, so her hand will possibly go all the way through, and just try to kind of stab him, stab the monster in the back of the hand, so that we'll have a little bit more time to get purchased before it rips.
Okay. Roll help out. See how that affects the monster. And are you all okay playing a little bit over the noon hour? We're approaching, but I don't want to. Okay, cool.
I got a 13.
Awesome. So on a 12 plus, your help lets them act as if they just rolled a 12, regardless of what they actually got. So on your act under pressure, Manuel, you get to do what you wanted and something extra, or do what you want to absolute perfection. Which do you choose?
I want to do what I want to absolute perfection.
All right.
And just full on badass land on its head.
Awesome. So what happens is the knife kind of goes through the hand, and it doesn't seem hurt by it, but it does try to. One of the fingers that had been dragging back curls back as though it's been broken, and tries to swat at you, Agent Jones. So it's just kind of it dislocates its own finger to just try to be a whip of a vine that swats at you. This movement though, Manuel, you were kind of grappling to stay on, and just the movement of the hand kind of buckling like that just shoots you forward actually and puts you in a better position. So you're kind of whoa, as you're shot forward onto kind of more stable ground. As the hand kind of drags back through the snow, you are raised up, up, up into the air. You see the ships begin to look small in comparison to where you were before. You see the roofs of the village behind you. The snow is hitting you in the face as you're raised up into the clouds. As the hand kind of extends up, you see this creature's face. It is massive. It is terrifying. It has kind of a vortex of an eye where its eye should be that just sinks in and goes into darkness, that drips, that smells. There's spore clouds everywhere. What do you do with your Molotovs?
I light one of them and I throw it in, and then light the other one and throw it in afterwards.
All right. What harm does this deal?
I have no clue.
This is all homemade improvised.
Ah, yes. I would
And,
say.
I would argue I would probably say somewhere between 2 and 3.
I'm
given
thinking
the
grenade
fact that
belt
it's
3, right?
fire,
Yeah,
but
the
it's
grenade
also
is 4.
improvised.
Oh, the green is 4.
I would say it's probably a
Um,
3, if that sounds good to you guys.
Yeah.
So you're throwing 6 harm at it. I will say this is not kick some ass, because you just kind of unexpectedly rode up on an elevator of its own hand. So it's not prepared to attack you back in this moment. So your harm of 6 harm goes through. You do see that on the exterior of it, the fibrous vines that are wrapping around the seed, they pulse with every impact. And some of the damage that you feel should be burning away through it is repelled a bit by kind of the pulsing energy that travels through it coming from the seed. However, some of the damage did go through to it. So,
Okay.
Manuel, you find yourself kind of eye to eye with an eyeless conglomerate of former human beings turned into plant matter that has you directly in front of its face. JD and Agent Jones, you are down below in the van. What are you doing?
Matilda, quickly! JD's gonna grab the RoboCrab, she's going to dip it in the fungicide, and she's going to load it into Matilda's grenade launcher? And also hand it, like, a little Molotov cocktail maybe as well. I'm not sure if it can, like, handle that. It's also in a grenade launcher. I don't know if it's able to take care of that many things. But she's gonna... RoboCrab, go! You must sacrifice yourself to save Manuel!
The little crab's eyes rotate around. It's like covered in this goopy fungicide, and it looks at you, and it just focuses on you with both its little crab eyes, and it goes...
You served well! And she's gonna just... Oh, everybody, Matilda!
And I think this whole time Matilda's like helping Manuel, and there's like a pile of fungicide grenades at her feet, and she's like, alright, we'll try.
We can give it the same impact as the other ones.
He can carry it in a different way. He can, like, RoboCrab around. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, technically, you do have a remote control, so if it can survive the impact, potentially you could move it up there.
We shall see.
All right. I would say, why don't you roll Act Under Pressure? Because I think the main thing here is you're trying to shoot it up without destroying it, so that it could be an autonomous thing up on this monster, versus just like doing damage to it.
Definitely avoiding Manuel.
Awesome. Yeah, roll Act Under Pressure. Roll plus cool.
Oh.
Nice.
Okay.
On a 12 plus, you can do what you wanted and something extra, or what you wanted to absolute perfection. What do you choose?
What would be something extra? Maybe it's able to land on the seed? Because the seed's like exposed, right? That
Yes.
it would be able to do
In
it.
the center.
Yes.
And then kind of like takes its little pincers and starts like snapping at the like vines and roots and things that are connected to the seed. And like as it sort of like skitters, we see like a little trail of like fungicide that it's leaving behind, like little like tick, 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 tick
Yeah.
footprints.
Awesome. So this happens. The crab is, you see some of the tendrils begin to snap, and they like whip away like cable cords. And Manuel, you have to duck to like not be hit by them as they're snapping off of the seed in the center. The creature kind of groans, and with one of its other 6 hands, kind of comes down from above and grabs you, King Kong style, and picks you up by the back of your electrician suspenders, and you are dangling. And it looks at you with its eyeless, soulless face, and it grins, and you see all of the large teeth that are just kind of hanging in its mouth. Some of them are human-shaped, but larger. Some of them are fanged, and some of them are just like vines dangling down. And it goes, and all of these spores begin to emit from its mouth and encircle you, and they begin to kind of slice at you, and you suffer 2 damage as they're like stinging, and it's like just cloudy of this like spore cloud all around you.
I am unstable.
Uh-oh.
They sell
start
toothbrushes at
smoking.
Walgreens. Should really do some mouthwash or something. It's pretty bad. RoboCrab, save him!
The RoboCrab is still on the seed, kind of supplanting its little like fungicide trail. And on that one-liner, we're going to switch over to Art and Dr. Malin. Dr. Malin is walking hurriedly towards the docks. She has exited the town square area, and she's making a beeline through these little, not alleys because there's not that many streets here, but just kind of the little side streets to take her towards the docks. You can see her parka has been pulled up. And Art, you're also conscious of the fact that there is one Jericho Jones who is kind of following behind you, taking notes in her notebook. And she's kind of like popping out of doorways and taking more notes and popping back into the doorways.
I am like at a full sprint after her.
So you catch up to her easily. And what do you do as you meet her pace?
I'm just going to try and tackle her to the ground.
All right. You do so. You kind of hit with all of your weight into Dr. Malin, and she goes sprawling into the ground with kind of a oof noise as she hits into the ground below.
Hey, what? Hey, you're not going anywhere. And
Get off of me! How
I'll,
dare
like,
you!
Put her in like a headlock or something.
Yeah, it's easy
don't know.
enough. You have Dr. Mellon's head kind of underneath your armpit, and she is struggling and kicking, and she's like, "You brute! Let me go!"
I mean, you're the one who created the giant corn monster.
I only had to do that because these fools can't see that this is the best thing for them, for humanity.
I'd argue that being turned into corn goop is bad.
We all have our
personally would not like to be
differences.
corn.
And it's that kind of thinking that has kept the world in such a state. Now let me go.
You know, you're right, but this is not the way to go about fixing that. Just gonna say, this feels like a hasty solution. This feels like you're like drinking one night and then you're like eureka, and then you just ran with that.
You don't understand all of the years of research that I've put into this. This isn't an overnight eureka moment.
I'm not saying that like the creation of this is frankly impressive, if I'm being honest here. Like mixing 3 different kingdoms or whatever is quite impressive.
You see her almost relax, like even though she's still in a headlock, as you compliment the research. She's like, "Thank you. It was quite difficult, and I had to go through many human subjects to get it just right."
Okay, first off, there's that bit, the human test subjects. That's not good. That's bad. And also the fact that, like, I'm not saying that your research was an overnight eureka moment. I think the concept of turning us into giant corn monsters, like, you were just that sounds like something that I would come up with if I was drinking. All right.
Well, I feel like your brain isn't capable of understanding my vision, and so maybe you should just go back to drinking, and that will be enough of an activity for you. Now let me go.
No.
As you're sitting there kind of with her in the headlock and she's struggling and she can't get out, she kind of like stops struggling for a moment and says, "Well then, even though you don't appreciate my experiment, I'm sorry to say that you will have to become part of it." And from the buildings around, you start to see that little ooze kind of ooze out from underneath the door of the 2 buildings nearby, and begin to slither towards you over the snow.
Oh, fuck you. I'm going to pull out. You know what? Our department's thing, the E.D.E.N's thing is what? Is it no prisoners or no witnesses? I think it's no prisoners. Right?
Prisoners.
I'm going to just pull out my pistol, shoot her in the leg, and then run.
Okay.
That's generous by policy standards, so she should be happy.
Yes.
How much harm does your pistol deal?
2.
2 harm. All right. Dr. Malin screams as the bullet pierces through her leg and the snow turns red underneath her. And she yells at the goop that has just exited out the doors. You hear inside people are screaming inside these houses. "What the hell is that? Did you see it? It just came out of the wall!" And she kind of like looks to the goop, which has, again, all of these like human pieces floating in it. It's like this pudding jello substance with like eyeballs that surface and like toes and fingernails, but it's mostly like a flesh-colored blob that skitters along the ground. And she looks at it almost lovingly and says, "Go get him, please. We cannot deal with such a upstart to the vision, the absolute vision that you are." And it kind of says, "Coming." And it skitters along the ground after you as she then turns her attention back to the shock of her leg wound and she just screams. Art, you leave this behind as the goop is chasing you down. Please roll Act Under Pressure as you're jumping through snowdrifts and you're running at full clip.
Okay, let's see if I can actually roll well. That's not well. God.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 6.
On a 6, you jump over what you thought was a solid ice block of snow, but it ends up being a soft and powdery drift, and you find yourself sunk in up to your midriff, and you no longer have the leverage to jump and continue running, as you need to just kind of take a moment to lift and pull yourself out of this drift. The goop is up and around you, and it is kind of like slithering all over you. You hear a voice in your head say, "Wanna up the ante?"
Oh my god, that's it.
You know what? Sure.
You hear that low chuckle, the voice of the devil that you made a deal with long ago, that you screwed over your partner Orwell for, and that gave you abilities that has gotten you out of more than one scrape. Your time with this creature is up, and yet it still is offering you opportunities, second chances, adding it to your tab. You feel the snow around you begin to melt, and the creatures are kind of grappling at your ankle. The blobs are like forming up and over, and you feel that constricting as it begins to squeeze. Go ahead and mark 2 points of harm from the constriction of these creatures. However, you are free to move past them, and as the snow melts around you, these blobs are kind of still stuck within like the soupy mess, and they're just kind of like liquefying a little bit and trying to get shape. So you are free from them and able to continue running, and you hear the voice in your head chuckle.
And I'll, like, as I'm running, kind of start picking any leftover corn out and just flicking it onto the ground.
So you can take the time to do it, or you can keep running. What do you choose to do?
Well, I'll keep running for now and hope that they don't get the chance to take root before I get back.
Calicornification. Yes. Let's cut over to our kaiju battle. As Manuel, you are being lifted in the air by your suspenders, and you have a spore cloud around you that is stinging into you. Like, it's like little tufts of dandelion after you blow on it, and they're just cutting you, and each cut just kind of stings. Below, Agent Jones and JD have launched the crab, which is putting fungicide all over it, the seed that's in the middle of its chest.
I pull out my pocket knife and try to cut myself free and hopefully land back on the face of this corn behemoth.
Yes, though currently, so when you look below you, because you're kind of dangling down, it's like its face is in the background and it's holding you in front of it. And as you look below, it has multiple arms that are moving around, so there is a chance you can land on a surface, but there's nothing like stable and static directly below you other than the docks.
I'm gonna go for it.
All right. In a desperate move, Manuel slices at the suspenders, and you begin to fall. What does JD and Agent Jones do in this moment? Because you could do a help out move, depending on what you do.
In magic, go! She like summon a spectral trampoline underneath Manuel, like a Tensor's floating disc, but okay.
Yeah, roll use magic. Carla and Tyrone too are in the van as well, and they're kind of just like waiting for instructions.
You're supposed to be helping.
Yeah, I would turn to them and gesture at the. It was a rifle that Art left, I think?
Yes.
Shotgun or a rifle? Yeah,
Rifle.
so she would gesture at the rifle and the Molotovs and be like, shoot or throw. Whatever you do.
Tyrone too immediately grabs the rifle and says, shooting! How's your use magic roll?
Yeah, I had to switch dice because my cat ate my lucky one. We'll see how this goes. 5.
Literally
and-
8?
Actually,
Wait,
8?
Oh no, well, I don't know where it is. Hopefully she
Okay.
didn't eat it.
That probably would not be
We'll worry
good.
about that later. Anyways, it's a 7 plus 4, so it's 11.
11. Yes, it is a success and it works without issue. So this trampoline forms underneath you, Manuel, and you see like the ground hurtling towards you because you were dropped face down. You had like severed the suspenders from above and behind you. And so you just kind of see the docks getting bigger and bigger. You see the crates of seeds that these workers are still kind of calmly pushing towards the ships that are rocking alongside this kaiju monster of plant material. And you see like the slats of the ground, and you just think, Karina, Kalevi, and then all of a sudden, this trampoline appears, boom, and you shoot back up into the air, and you are now kind of like free floating right in front of its face, and it's going to try to swipe at you again. What do you do?
Oh, God, I can't believe Manuel is acrobatic. Can I try to catch onto the hand as it's swiping at me?
Yes.
And like try to somehow angle myself to kick off of it and land in its face again?
Yes, roll act under pressure. At the same moment, Tyrone 2 is shooting the rifle, so he's kind of like out the side of the van door, and he's like, is this right? Okay, here I go.
Crabble, Manuel!
Aim for the seed!
All right,
I
I'm
got a
aiming for the
10.
seed. Tyrone 2 is going to shoot the rifle. With a 10, you are able to do what you set out to do. So are you aiming, like, do you want to make contact with its face?
I want to land on the seed.
On the seed,
And
okay.
like, yes.
All right, so with that, Manuel's kind of like, he grabs onto the finger and flips over and lands on his feet on the seed that's like kind of protruding from this thing's chest. Underneath your feet, you can feel like the tangle of vines and fibers as it pulses with this energy. The robo-crab looks at you with its little eyes and wiggles the eyes and is just kind of like basically leaving a little poop trail of fungicide as it goes along the seed. But you are up here, it's very unstable. Meanwhile, at the van, the roots, the kudzu vines that have been kind of planted by this immediate impact of the hand, they're beginning to take over the van. And the van actually begins to see these roots kind of poking through the glass. You hear the glass shatter as one of the vines comes through. It's coming up and around the open door, and Tyrone 2's like, take him a shot! And he shoots the shotgun off, and it does hit the creature. However, in exchange for this kick some ass move, Tyrone 2 has one of the vines kind of impale his shoulder, and he's kind of pinned up against the back of the van. What do you guys do? Oh, also, one small moment here. Art, you skid around the corner, and the snow is flying, and you see all of this happening.
Okay. And I'll just keep running. I got like a couple blob things chasing me. Keep an eye out, I guess.
I'm going to snap a picture of the monster and text it to the agency with a little like alarm emoji.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to do my deal with the agency move
Okay.
to request help.
Awesome. So deal with the agency.
That's sharp.
Yep.
Which is this one. Which is an 8.
Mhm.
I might get chewed out, or there'll be fallout, but I'll get what I need. Should I use luck? Would that make it sense? You're good.
It does succeed. So a partial success is still a success. There's just a consequence.
I think I'll keep 8.
Okay. So you send this text. Mendez writes back immediately and says, what do you need? No jokes, nothing, just a question.
No.
We're like an airstrike.
Yeah.
Yeah, like one of those like we need a crop duster.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like a deep plane or something.
Yeah. Or like one of those firefighting planes, helicopters that can drop like a thing of fungicide on it instead of water.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Or herbicide.
Yeah.
Or just like a nuke.
Fucking firebomb this thing, IBM, like let's go.
Yeah. Just like a napalm strike.
Yeah. Actually.
Yeah.
Is that what you asked for?
Yeah, I'll just say, Yeah, just like bomb it.
Like
Oh,
with
we
just
know.
physical bombs?
But Manuel, fuck. Will Manuel be okay if he gets soaked in herbicide? Like fungicide, he'll be fine, right? If we just.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about me. Take care of this
I
thing.
don't want to napalm Manuel. I'll request fungicide specifically, like a crop duster of fungicide.
Okay. Mendez says, incoming. Give me 3 minutes.
Fuck.
Meanwhile, your van is slowly being crushed like an aluminum can by these kudzu vines that were dropped. Tyrone 2 is screaming, oh, it hurts! And JD, you see his face flash from Tyrone 2's face into a face that has 4 small, kind of circular, beady black eyes. The body, which looked like Tyrone 2's body previously, kind of shifts into kind of like a pale tan, rubber-skinned, completely smooth body with like big hunched shoulders and like small, instead of a face, just like mandibles that end and like kind of click into like a mandible shape, and like kind of gossamer, like almost like insect antenna like protruding from his head. No clothes, just completely looking like this creature, and he's like, ugh, ugh. What is it? Oh no, I lost it! Ah! And he like closes his eyes and tries to like concentrate, but the pain is too much, and he just looks like this now. And the roof of your van buckles. The roof of your van begins to buckle.
We have to get out of here. She's gonna grab like a spray bottle of fungicide and just start like it's an errant cat, and she's just gonna like be squirting at these vines. But
You shoot my leg with that? JD, can you hit my leg with that too?
Yeah, here. As my cat arrives. We need to get out of here. Come on, Tyro 2.
What about
I don't think this is going to work out.
So-
Goodbye.
The vines begin to curl and wither with the fungicide. The one that's protruding from Tyrone 2's shoulder kind of retracts, like skitters back. The van is still crushed, like the terrain of vines that has been planted around in the snow around your vehicle is impacting the van. However, your fungicide is allowing you the egress you need to get out of it if you choose. Tyrone 2 says, it's not gonna work out! And he like jumps out of the van and rolls in the snow. And you see his like long legs are just like, they're almost like toothpicks, and then they end in like a very like webbed, flat-footed webbed foot as he's like kind of like, I don't know, snowshoeing across the snow with his natural feet.
Like this before? Do I know what this is?
You've never seen this before, no.
No one's gonna believe you. Oh my god.
Matilda, quickly a picture!
Matilda, actually, I was thinking, is it possible we have like a repelling gun? Do you know what I mean? Like the thing with like the spikes and the rope.
I could also possibly hotwire a car.
Well, the only car at the docks right now is this one, and then there's also a lot of lorries that are driving crates towards the ships. You have an option to get one more thing out of the van before it's crushed by these vines.
Yeah, I would like to search for a repelling gun to try and give Manuel an exit.
Okay. Yeah, you find that as you grab it, the van, like much like an aluminum can that's crushed against a forehead, just kind of totally impacts with these vines. All of your camera equipment just sparks and shatters. Glass goes everywhere. The vines compact it. And you are all standing out in the snow. Carla is just like shooting at all the vines, like every vine that crouches towards her. She's like shooting at it with her gun, stomping at it with her boot. Tyrone 2, his mandibles go. What do I do?
Oh my god.
Need the gun.
He hands you the shotgun. His hands.
The rifle, if it's mine.
Yes, the hot sauce fire rifle is yours, and he hands it over, and you can see that his hands have just 2 like big like dinosaur kind of bird claws as he's like hooked them into the
How
gun
did
and
you-
hands it to you.
How did you shoot that? I'll take it and take aim at the seed and try and fire if I can.
All right. Yes, you can. roll kick some ass as you fire the gun at the seed.
Oh. Okay, that's an 8. That's something. That's
Yes.
fine.
So on a 7+, you and whatever you're fighting inflict harm on each other. So what harm does your gun inflict?
3 fire. I don't know if the fire deals anything extra or...
It allows it to work because Carla's
Okay.
gun looks very ineffectual against these things.
Yeah.
Occasionally
yeah,
she
3
gets
harm.
lucky and hits like an eyeball or like a body part that has popped up out of the plant matter, and that seems to hurt it a little bit. But other than that, the bullets are just kind of going through and not doing any damage. 3 harm, you say?
3, yes.
All right. So it's looking pretty hurt. It seems to be in kind of like almost like death throes as this big creature is like, and all 6 of its arms begin to like come up and out of the water. The ships are like rocking and shaking in the wake, and the people loading the seeds onto the ships are yelling up at it like, "Be careful! We're trying to work down here." It has the pulsing seed on its chest, especially with the harm that is being dealt from the robo crab and the fungicide, is pretty much, it's like withering in color. Like everything is starting to blacken, and the creature is desperate. It is going to inflict the harm back on you, Art. There is a bunch of spores in the air still from the vines that were deposited over here, and everything that the spores touched begins to grow a white fungus, and that includes all of you. A white fungus begins to grow up and over all of you, and you all take 2 damage from it as it begins to just kind of like leach into your skin, and it feels like fire burning on you.
Would armor soak any of that or
would
not?
Armor always
anything
soaks, yes.
would anything happen because I'm unstable? Any extra harm or anything?
Interesting. Because you're unstable, I think at this point you would gain an extra harm from it because you're kind of already susceptible to its influence from your last encounter. And actually, as you look down, you see that the mold has been interacting with the... some of the corn fibers had been sprayed away by JD, but where it touched, it's trying to like reactivate it and like cause it to grow again.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Manuel, what are you doing up there?
What are you
Clinging to the
doing?
seed for dear life. I think I'm like trying to like get my leg wedged into one of the vines so I don't get like thrown off as it's shaking. And if I do find myself kind of stable, I try and like just, I don't know, try to rip at the vine
Okay.
and
With your
like
hands?
try and like see if I can get my back into it to try and like pry the seed out.
Okay, great. Give me, I would say, is your main thing to dislodge or is it to damage the seed?
Dislodge.
Okay, roll act under pressure.
All right. That's a 4.
Okay. On a 4, the seed it kind of like stretches away, and like those little like fibrous tendrils like pulse, and they send a little shockwave against you, and you take 1 harm from the kind of energy that like just, it's a defense mechanism, kind of like a don't touch that.
Okay.
The RoboCrab swivels to look at you with both of its eyes.
I am clutching onto the seat and panting. I imagine I probably tore some muscles in those acrobatics from earlier too.
Yeah, you remember that Karina says, "Be careful with your back," and it's like screaming in pain, exactly in the way that she always warns you about.
I think I'm gonna just lie on the seat for a little bit and take a breather.
All right, so from down below, Art, JD, and Agent Jones, you see Manuel get shocked and then lie down on top of the seed.
Oh, fuck.
And it looks like he has been, like, unconscious, taken out. What do you guys do?
There, I have an idea. Matilda, get ready to shoot. Or Art, get ready to shoot. JD's gonna climb up on the van that's like covered in vines and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
like using her little squirt gun to like pave a way as much as she can to like stand up. But
They're
she's just
curling
not
back
waving
and
her
browning.
arm. God. Over here, you big dumb piece of corn! I'm your worst enemy! Grab me with your hand, please!
All right. I would say this intention here is, in addition to getting it to come over to you, to roll to protect someone, because you're thinking Manuel might need some protection in this moment.
She's trying to manipulate it into grabbing the van.
Unfortunately, you cannot use that manipulate move on monsters.
There.
Yeah. Otherwise, every fight would be ended by, "Hey, don't kill us." Okay.
That is actually very wise. Okay, what's the to protect someone?
That's plus tough.
I think she has plus 0 to 6 and 1, 7.
Nice.
Maybe this is the time to use a luck point, actually.
Okay.
I'm gonna. It's almost done.
All
Luck.
right. So on a 12 plus, both you and the character are protecting are unharmed and out of danger. So Manuel, as you take a lie down, you realize that from this position, with this kind of like, oh, actually, point of order, I guess, Manuel, had this not happened, you probably would have had to have some penalties for dexterous stuff, right? Are you still kind of cold with like dexterous
Yeah,
things from
I
earlier?
am cold and unstable.
Okay, so it's actually really good that this happened because you're protected now in that the monster shifting forward to go towards JD again has like put you in this sweet spot with like gravity and momentum where like almost you feel like you're in a hammock, like being like rocked gently on top of this monstrous seed, and you realize like, hey, if I just like stay here, I'm not gonna fall. Like I feel pretty stable right now. So you're protected and unharmed as the monster comes towards JD. Both you and the character you're protecting are unharmed. So JD, the monster's hand, it obliges. It comes towards you, and what you see are lots of little like vines shoot out of its wrists and just kind of like snake-like, like whipping through the air around you, but they all lash at the van, cutting through the metal, and pieces of metal are just like flying up and around you like explosions, shrapnel. But you are unharmed as it shoots like a stormtrooper and it totally misses you. And so all of these vines just like shoot down around you, but you find yourself face to face with this like gnarly, yellowed, wriggling, pulsing hand that's right in front of you about to grab you. What do you do?
She's gonna like jump out of the way, basically. Like she wants it to grab the van and like take it so that then Matilda or Art can like explode it. I'm not sure what kind of rolls would need to happen, but that's the intention. So she doesn't want to be grabbed by the hand.
Explode the van?
Yeah.
Because there's fungicide in it?
Well, yeah, I mean, we took some of our stuff when we left, but there's like, and there's fucking gasoline, I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Yes, it grabs into the van because it's missed you, so you kind of like hop off the van ninja style backwards, like your hair flies up in the air and you're like, whoa, like backwards like Neo.
Pretty fucking hair, yes.
Lands in the snow. The van is lifted up, and it's King Kong style holding the van in front of it. Its big, soulless, like kind of vacuous face sunken in is just like... And as this happens, from above and from your beeper, Agent Jones, it says incoming, and you hear like buzzes of planes above, and you see raining down like just a beautiful shower, like a sun shower into the early evening, is kind of a green looking fungicide that gases down. Manuel, in your happy hammock, safe up on top of the seed, you see the light on the seed begin to pulse as it's hit by this stuff, fade, and then go black. And all of it begins to blacken and crisp like it's being put into fire. It is still holding the van full of whatever it is you want to explode in there. And Manuel, you also, from your respirator, can even start to smell the pungent smell of the fungicide that's raining down around you. What do you do?
Oh god, I kind of take a glance at the ground.
Can I do something before you ask me?
Yeah, for sure.
She has the repelling gun, so she'll sort of like swing the grenade launcher behind her back.
Mm-hmm.
She'll kind of like aim, and she'll tilt her sunglasses down her nose, and she'll shoot the repelling gun, aiming it for the heart, like giving Manuel some space so she doesn't accidentally.
Yeah, no, it pierces right through the blackened seed heart of this creature, and Batman style expands and
Yes.
creates like a taut line down.
She's
Manuel
tied
was-
off on something nearby.
Manuel is very clearly about to jump, and then he sees the repelling line. Is like, that's a better option. Thanks. And I'm going to. I don't know if I'd have the energy to like actually climb down. I think I might just like grab onto it, like wrap my arms around, wrap both legs around it, and just kind of let myself slide down it.
Manuel,
Just accept the rope burns.
take one harm from the fungicide kind of stinging into you, and like it's not a good thing to breathe in. But you are able to escape this area as you rappel
Alright.
down safely.
I am at 7 harm now.
All right, you are looking worse
As I
for
slide
wear.
down.
Yeah, Art is also at 7 now. This...
Two of you are looking a little messed up. This creature begins to writhe and shrivel, and you see it kind of go into its death throes of like bubbling up, like little flesh tumors kind of extend on its shoulder and then deflate, pop, puncture. The blackening of the seed begins to crust up over all of it. The vines begin to wither and wilt as the fungicide takes work. The van that it's holding just kind of like crashes down, and like it does present an opportunity to shoot it, but it lowers quickly into the water as the whole thing just kind of like it's like a plant that has died from overwatering or underwatering. I've never actually quite figured out which. I'm very bad at killing plants. But it just kind of withers. And all of it, its big mass, its bulk, its fleshiness, drips down into the water, staining it green and red and kind of a palish pink fleshy color, like oil slicks on top of the water in between these ships. The people loading the seeds onto the ship are like, oh shit! And they start to like run away as the creature is destroyed. All of you see the planes buzz away, and you also see the figure of Dr. Malin, who's standing on the dock. She has her leg bleeding profusely into the snow, and she's kind of holding it and wincing as she's holding that same clipboard, about to board into like a James Bond style like a speedboat that's kind of tethered at the dock. And she looks at all of you and says, "You have doomed humanity, you fools."
I'm going to wheel the rifle around since it's a long range and just try and take her out
Yeah.
before she can get away.
Where are you aiming on her? You shot her in the leg before. Where are you aiming now?
Center of mass, right in the chest.
All right. Art kind of takes aim and fires, and this hot sauce infused bullet that JD had created earlier pierces through Dr. Malin's chest. And you see kind of like her gasp as the bullet impacts, and she staggers back, and like with one like last look at all of you, she says, "You've doomed us all. You've doomed us all." And she falls into the boat, and you see her legs sticking out, unmoving on the speedboat.
Okay, can you like spray bottle like my entire body? Please, JD.
Yes, rogue. Okay, and she's like squirting.
Manuel's just like lying face down on the ground.
Agent Jones has pulled out her hunting rifle, and she's got it trained on the scientists that are running away. She's got this take no prisoners thing in her head.
It's agency
like,
policy.
Oh,
What do you do, Agent Jones? Do you shoot at the fleeing scientists? Per company policy.
company policy.
Mendez is on the beeper and says, "It is done. Make sure to clean up."
Oh, fuck.
They know how to recreate it. You have to.
Yeah, I think she'll be like, she needed that permission, that sort of like external permission, and she'll just take the shots.
All right. They fall into the snow. Blood spills out into the snow, and Mendez on the beeper says, "Report."
30 seconds, please.
Report.
All right, she'll call in.
Mendez's face appears on the hologram. She looks at you and says, "Well?"
I think she's crying a little bit, but she's got like her sunglasses up, so you can't tell. But she'll be like, all threats neutralized. Took no prisoners.
Mendez assesses you. Go on.
Be submitting formal report.
In that moment, you feel a kinship with Mendez as she gives a curt nod. You see kind of her cocktail dress. She's like obviously in some swanky James Bond type situation again. She's got like a martini glass kind of low in the frame. You see also though a deadness in her eyes. Like before you had just been jealous of her and her position, but now that you have taken these shots and killed these people, you feel kind of the same emptiness in your own eyes looking back at Mendez's, and you begin to wonder at what cost can you return to the agency and be able to be in a cocktail dress James Bond situation like her. And she just nods and says, "Good, glad you took care of it. I will look forward to reading your report. Maybe you're not as bad as I thought, Jones."
She hangs up the call feeling like awful. Like, I don't know if this is right.
As Agent Jones is processing this, JD, as you yell RoboCrab, you see pieces of it begin to float up, the eyeball, the leg, the torso, and the one eyeball is still active as it goes and shuts down, as the RoboCrab has not survived.
Okay, I need help, please.
We're mourning RoboCrab. No,
Maybe
Yeah,
when
we're
you,
mourning
offer her
RoboCrab,
needs
you're
and
gonna be
grief
mourning
and
me.
just like,
You're gonna be mourning me soon. And
God,
Manuel.
why? And she
Uh.
like wipes away her tears and starts spritzing art again.
As you're spritzing
Yeah.
Art, who says you're going to be mourning me soon, Art goes from quipping to absolutely silent as you see Art's eyes roll back in their head. You're spritzing with the material to kind of get the plant stuff off, the goop. But as this big creature dies, the sentience that was connected to it also begins to die, and the blobs that had been chasing after Art and the trails and remnants of them also begin to wither. And yet Art's eyes still roll back, and they're not speaking to you anymore. You still see them breathing, you still see them like they're not dying or anything, but there's kind of an absence to Art in this moment. Art, what you do see as your eyes are kind of blinked out to this reality, they open to a different reality, one that is in a kind of dark, cavernous space. It's hot, very, very hot here, in direct competition with the coldness that you had just felt on the outside world. You see a creature in front of you. It is kind of wearing a robe around its shoulders that drapes down, black robe. Its skin is very gray. It's shirtless and has like the torso of a humanoid male, but the head, instead of like a regular human head, it just kind of goes up into the head and then goes into two large horns, kind of like seamlessly transitioning from the neck into these pointed horns. The face has like two narrow slits for eyes and like a large Joker-like smile, grin, Cheshire cat that like takes up the whole space on the face and like almost touches where the horns begin. Rows and rows and rows of glinting teeth. It's leaning on
Well,
a
you're
staff.
uglier than I remember.
I'd say the same about you, friend. You've kept me waiting.
Yeah. Which I will say, I do appreciate the hour. Went by a lot faster than I would expect, considering it was life or death. But time was supposed to slow down there.
It cracks its head to the left, and you hear kind of like a crunching of bone, and it steps towards you.
You also owe me for the melting of the snow, the extra time, and the year of luck.
Yeah. When that first deal was struck, there wasn't really a payment wasn't discussed.
No.
Well, my payment wasn't discussed. What I owe you wasn't discussed. Obviously I was in a bit of a spot. The whole thing. All this to say, what do I owe you? Like,
Glad
$100?
you asked.
200?
Your money means nothing to me. You've preoccupied your life around it. What I'm interested in is debt.
He gets closer to you, and you hear like the crunching of bones as he takes a step forward. Do you do anything?
I will stand there.
You stand.
Doing my best to appear stoic in the face of this.
You stand as if in a spotlight. All around you is dark, kind of like crackling of flames. And there's like one pillar of light on you. He is right up in front of you. He's a tall, ominous figure, and you see like this mouth and the horns and the teeth and the little slits of eyes, like almost like imperceptible. Like you can't tell if there's anything looking at you out of them. And he's like,
Well, time to pay the piper.
Yeah, I mean, I figure it's not just my soul. I can't really tack on extra onto my soul.
Your soul is worthless, Art.
Yeah, I could have figured that. But
What I'm interested in is your cunning. I see potential in you. Payment is that you take my place. You cunning son of a bitch.
Interesting. Is there an alternate, like...
no! And he like has the cane in front of him that he has been leaning on. He slams it into the ground. And as he says no to your kind of like wheedling and dealing, your skin begins to darken and gray and kind of turn into this like leathery bits. You feel protruding from your head 2 horns that kind of pierce out your mouth. You feel it stretching and your eyes become like very narrow and small. And he turns into dust in front of you, and you become the creature that you were just looking at. In the world and back with all of you guys, you see Art kind of go vacant and limp, and the body is there, but the mind is no longer there. As Art, your consciousness has transferred into this new creature. You have become the devil to which you can make deals with people.
Well, fuck. Hey, this is... You couldn't have given me like a manual or something? A quick start guide?
There's no response as you are alone in this cavernous, hot, hellish landscape. You do see around you little portals, little bubbles, windows into the world. And one of them you notice is your old partner Orwell, sitting in a jail cell, flipping a coin, and he's looking up at you as though he can see you too. And he just gives you a smile.
Should have seen this coming. I really should have.
And
Okay, can I just like... Okay, no idea how this works. I'm just gonna, like, extend, like, my hand forward and try and just, try and puppet my body, my old body.
puppet it?
Puppet it into just, like, a quick thumbs up before it collapses.
Sure.
Fully limp and probably dead.
Yep. You see Art just kind of give a thumbs up before fading into like a catatonic state in front of you.
That is macabre, okay.
The real Art is in this hellish scape. But Art, you see a bunch of people in these bubbles. A lot of them look very gullible, very, very susceptible to a grift. Seems like there might be some work to do here. As Orwell just continues flipping the coin and staring at you, smiling. And that's where we'll leave Art's story for Manuel's wrap-up. You receive a text back on JD's phone, and it says, "Oh my gosh, I just checked this voicemail. I didn't know the number. Are you okay? Are you okay? Please tell me you're okay. Don't worry about the birthday. Just call me."
What state am I in right now?
You are near death.
JD, could you hold the phone up to me real quick?
Of course, Manuel! And she's like wiping her tears away about RoboCrab and Art holding up her little shitty clamshell.
Oh, can you? I can't really move my arms right now. Could you call Karina?
Yes. She's gonna just call back the number that was called earlier.
The phone rings and Karina picks up instantly, and you hear Clevy in the background say, "Is it Daddy? Is he okay? Is he okay? Is he okay?" And your wife is like, hello? Hello, who is this? Manuel?
Hi, honey. It's me. It's Manuel.
Oh my gosh, you sound terrible.
It's been a rough night, but I made it out okay. I hope you guys had a nice day. Didn't worry about me too much.
What? Your message sounded so ominous. Wait, what's going on? You sound terrible. Don't lie to me. What's going on?
I'll sneak a glance at Agent Jones. Is she paying attention to me right now?
Oh, we can't hear you.
I think she's trying to figure out how to explain art in her report.
Okay, I'll like lower my voice a little and like, okay, secrets. Might see some of this on the news, but believe me when I say that some crazy stuff has been happening here. Some insane stuff. The research they were doing was going to, well, really mess some stuff up, and I had to help some people stop it. And I'll tell you everything once I get home, but I made it through.
You hear her just sigh in relief. Oh, thank goodness. I'm so glad you're okay. Are you sure this is the job for you? I didn't know electrician was so dangerous.
To be honest, me neither, but I think there's some really important work that needs to get done here. But I'll try to see you more often. I love you.
She's like, oh, Manuel, I love you too, and Clevy loves you. Don't leave us. I mean, I understand your passions, but it's so hard. And in the distance, you hear Carla kind of listening in, and she's just like biting her lip, and she's just considering this life that she's chosen for herself as well, as a fellow mundane in training.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I'll see you soon.
Okay, take care. You hear her hang up, but just kind of like sigh in relief before she hangs up.
Can someone get me to a hospital so like I don't die?
As Manuel asks this, JD, Tyrone too, who's also bleeding from his shoulder wound, but it's like a green, kind of like goopy, it looks like green Kool-Aid, like it's like really bright green. It's just kind of like oozing out of his like insect-like shoulder, and his mandibles flutter, and he's like, I might also require a hospital, but I don't know if I can go like this.
Come here, Tyrone too.
He comes near you, and his wings on his back, like insect-like, flutter out, and he just kind of like hovers over to you.
And she like kind of bites back her disgust a little bit, and just like, rat magic, go! And a bunch of spectral rats start swarming around his wound and like nibbling at it, but it's reverse nibbling, so they're like healing it.
Cast use magic, or roll use magic.
2, 3, plus 4 is 9.
9. I think that's like the first partial effect you've had on use magic.
No!
What's the glitch? What's your first glitch?
Please don't eat that one too. What are the available glitches? I haven't even looked at it.
It's anything you think makes sense.
Any glitch. It hurts while the rats are biting him.
Yes, it's intense pain. You can see his mandibles fluttering, and like his wings are like going like full speed as he's like, but eventually the wound closes, and he's like, well, that's the second time you've helped me today, but this is the first time you haven't shot me. I suppose I owe you an explanation.
You're not Tyrone too. I already know that, but what did you do with him?
He looks into your eyes, all 4 of them, and they blink at once. I am Tyrone too. This is how I've always been. I was hiding it from you. All those times you thought I was cheating on you, the thing that made you set up the surveillance, I was actually going back to the mothership to just repower a little bit.
Tyrone! Tyrone, why did you break up with me for putting surveillance cameras on you then, if you were just going to surveil me back?
Well, I didn't want you to know how I really am. You just started looking so closely into me that I knew for sure you would find out with all of the cameras and the spying and the microphones. So I put a restraining order on you. I thought it would be easier to do it that way. I really do care for you, JD. But you're right, there are aliens. All your conspiracies are true.
Is anything real? Agent Jones, are you real? Are you an alien too? How would I even know? I have to think about a lot of things. I think I need some space.
JD, there's one other thing. It's just your proximity with me. I think that I've made you easier to track with other extraterrestrials. All the time we've spent together, I just think you might be a little bit of a beacon for that sort of stuff. So you might want to, tamp down your presence however you can. I just wanted to warn you.
No, are you... I didn't want to do this, but is one of the little transport shuttles near us?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She's gonna sprint over to it and rummage through it, looking. She's looking through the seeds. And she's gonna pull out one of the seed packets. So I actually researched this at the Svalbard Seed Vault. The seed packages are wrapped in aluminum.
Love it.
And she is going to pull it off, or whatever, tin, I don't know, it's shiny reflective metal. She is going to rip that open, and she is going to fashion herself a hat.
Love it. Tyrone watches you do this and he's like, I think that might work. I think that's sound. That is a sound way to block it. JD, I do care for you, but I'm just getting you in trouble. Please, think of me fondly always. And he points up with one of his clawed fingers and a big green beam comes down from above and just particle beams him up and he waves to you with a claw. Goodbye.
She kind of one single tear, she get out of here, you weird sexy alien!
Oh gosh. As we wrap in this kind of closure for your characters, I'll end on this montage of the agents kind of exiting towards the transport that you've all been sent in a few days' time after things have cooled down. You see, of course, the headlines from all of this. Jericho Jones is the author. She has written a stunning expose on all of the things that have happened at Svalbard. You see her with #1 credit on the front page of the paper. And E.D.E.N has actually sent the transport for you because they're mad at this leak. And so you're kind of all heading back to headquarters, half heroes, half in trouble, except for Art, which he's off on some kind of cosmic adventure.
I don't know, wheeling and dealing.
Yeah. But what is
Maybe
your...
throwing some occasional bits of luck towards those he knew in life.
Potentially. Maybe you can turn around your devilish nature. But yeah, what does your outro look like? Your final walkout. I'll give it to all of you. So Agent Jones, what's your walkout look like?
I think it's her walking out of the E.D.E.N office with her stuff in a box. I think she hands over her badge, hands over her gun, and she's leaving, and then maybe there will be it cuts to a scene of her setting up a private investigator type office where maybe she's got the rub-on letters on the frosted glass, and yeah, just kind of like setting up her dead plants from like the opening scene.
Would you keep plants after all of that?
I think she buys them and kills them and then buys them and kills. Even though she's there more often, she still kills them.
Okay, so you don't have a vendetta against plants after fighting a giant one. Okay, good to know. That's awesome, Jessica Jones style. Do you know what the agency would be called? Oh, and your name is Jones, Ancient Jones.
Oh, it is. Oh shit, I don't. Is anybody else? Would anybody else join?
That's a great question.
Carla?
Do you think that Carla and maybe Manuel and JD would be interested? Or do you stay with E.D.E.N?
JD would keep in touch, definitely.
I think Carla might join.
I think Carla is looking for that, yeah. What about Manuel?
I think Manuel might ask for a vacation.
That's fair. And then come back to the agency of E.D.E.N? Or...
Yeah, and then come back.
Okay. So I think Agent Jones, it's you and Carla starting out your new agency. So you're putting the frosted glass label on the window, and Carla is like straightening a picture frame or something inside the
Maybe
room.
she's watering the plants.
It's whatever you do to them, she undoes it like right afterwards. That's awesome. What about JD's walkout?
JD is going to... Well, first of all, she broke some laws so she's just gonna, like, get the fuck out of there. Wishing Agent Jones luck.
Shopkeeper!
Hmm?
You said don't let you forget about the shopkeeper.
No, I haven't forgotten. Okay, alright, I have a list of things. Alright, so, the first thing JD's gonna do is go into hiding and travel to Port City. And that's gonna be where she sets up this weird, funky base of stuff to surveil and not be surveilled. And she's gonna slowly start weaning herself off technology. She just disappears off the face of the map. But one day, Agent Jones and Carla will receive a package with a bottle of ketchup and a gun and a note that says J. And Manuel, on your son's next birthday, you'll receive a package with, let's say our old RoboCrab was red, you'll receive a package with a new RoboCrab that's been rebuilt, better, and it's blue. But it has cameras in the eyes so she can watch. Not in a weird way, just in a, like, surveillance way. But she sends you RoboCrab 2 and a note that says J. And she's gonna send the now Walgreens a fancy replacement radio.
Nice.
Oh, and make sure that fucking Elsa and Henry are okay.
Yeah.
And also that the sheriff shouldn't be blamed for the people disappearing because it was Dr. Malin.
Don't worry. I'll give the town's outro. Don't worry.
Okay. But
I'm still worried, but okay.
Like, wears the fuck off technology and becomes her own panopticon in
Awesome.
Port City.
Love it. And yeah, actually, at some point in her life, she meets a fellow monster hunter who becomes a partner, and later they get into some hijinks that you can watch in Campaign 1 on our YouTube channel if you want to watch that. We did this is a little retcon or a little back in time episode for JD. Manuel, or actually, let's do Art. Art, what is your walkout?
I think my walkout is, obviously in full demon form, sitting at the big, like, leather couch or whatever. I was picturing a leather couch with a little, like, coffee table in front of it. Room very barren, like it was, except there are 4 picture frame, or there are 5 picture frames. With a picture of each of you and Carla and Tyrone too.
In this chamber?
In this chamber. And then they'll get up, rub their hands, and walk through a portal.
And on the other side of the portal is an unsuspecting person, kind of looking at a map, looking around. They're like, I would give anything to just know which way to go. Manuel, what is your walkout?
So the first thing is Manuel kind of going home, knocking on the door. It opens to reveal Karina and Kalevi, and like keeps Kalevi up in a hug and like spend some time with them. And then like maybe after a week, he kind of pulls them all in for a conversation, and they're probably giving him weird looks as he's setting up all of this like strange equipment that he asked JD to set him up with, to be like, okay, I don't think anyone's watching us right now. And then he would sit down and like be like, so I know this sounds crazy, and jump into this explanation of all of the stuff that he's been working on in this whole new world that's been revealed, and just come clean about everything he did in Svalbard and what went down there, and say that like, I know you're worried for me, but this is really something that I have to do, that I have to help out with, and I hope you'll understand, and I'll be able to see you guys a lot more, at least when I'm not out on missions doing stuff. We'll be, locked up in Svalbard for months at a time, And then after the explanation, I think it cuts to outside Agent Jones' office. She hears a knock on the door and opens it, and there's Manuel, now no longer wearing an electrician's outfit, full cowboy suit, leaned into it, cowboy hat, pants, even has the spurs, and is like reporting for duty.
Awesome. So those are our characters wrap-ups for the town of Svalbard and the Seed Vault. With Jericho Jones kind of writing all of this report, this expose, blowing your guys' cover, but kind of exposing Dr. Mallin's nefarious plan to the world. It's a mixed result, but Svalbard has kind of been temporarily closed for like a reassessment of the security and like an evaluation of all of the staff. Harry is found. He actually had been discovered kind of like on the trail of the mystery, same as you with the missing seed samples, and had been knocked out by Dr. Mallin and kind of dragged through the tunnels as she made her exit from the lab. So he was found tied up in a shed, presumably to be dealt with later. He had no idea of Dr. Mallin's plans. After a few weeks in the hospital, he had to be airlifted out for treatment for his head wound, but he did recover, and with a new lease on life, he was very excited to propose to Elsa. The two of them are engaged, and at Elsa's request, she wants to live in the big city because she really liked the exposure to different types of people, like the rat person that she had been defending in the town square, and wanted to get comfortable talking to people that were not like her. So she and Harry both moved out of Svalbard, and rumor has it that they did try out Port City, which is known for its diversity of its residents. As for the rest of Svalbard, they have a new Walgreens that everyone but the shopkeep knows is a Walgreens, and there's a bit of a dispute about that. The sheriff and the deputy did return once things cooled down in the area. There was no need for their presence with the lack of the international conference. And all of the agriculture delegates were in quite hot water for almost accepting a batch of corrupted, humanity-killing seeds that would have triggered an apocalyptic event instead of preventing one. So there's a little bit of a political problem happening now, and E.D.E.N is not happy. And E.D.E.N is actually very busy with Director Mendez kind of under fire for all of these problems. But all of you are kind of out and doing your own thing. And so it's sipping the tea, it's none of my business, as you are all kind of on the next steps of your adventure. So that is where we will end our adventure. I would like to thank all of you for playing. It was so much fun. Yay!
So
Thank you for running.
Oh, it
That
was
was
awesome.
Oh, that was great.
Love your games, Allison. Your descriptions are.
Thank you.
Also, very glad we extended this to today
For
because
sure.
we went over time
Yes.
with an extra day.
Yes, so sorry. But I'm so grateful for you all for sticking around and for giving it your all and role-playing the heck out of this. So like props to you guys, props to chat for hanging out with us. We hope you enjoyed it. There's more VODs on our YouTube channel, so we have one campaign before this. We're coming back with limited series campaigns every Sunday morning. So our campaigns run like 3 to 4 episodes. Currently we're in the Monster of the Week system, but we will be trying out other Powered by the Apocalypse games. So if you're interested in this type of role play, please join us again on Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. Central Time. After a campaign ends, we'll have one episode still in the 9 a.m. slot where we're hanging out with GMs and or creators of RPGs. So next Sunday, to give me a little break to prep for the next campaign, we'll be having an interview for our first ever Insight Checked interviews, where we're going to chat with a GM to be announced, still getting the details together, but she's awesome. I think you'll really enjoy the conversation. So check back with us next Sunday, and then following that, we're kicking it off with another campaign, cast TBD, but lots of hijinks to ensue. So yeah, thanks for hanging out. And if you liked what you saw today, please follow us on Twitter, on YouTube, all of the things. We're at Insight Checked. But I just wanted to say thank you again to our awesome cast. Thank you so much. You guys are great. And yeah, we'll raid somebody. I think if they're still playing, we'll go hang out with Wandering DMs. It sounds like they're just chatting about RPGs, which is awesome. So let's get ready to go say hi. And yeah, have a great rest of your day, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. Bye now.